It's safe to say that the studio's first attempt at an open-world game is an immense commercial and critical success. From Software's future is looking brighter than ever. Elden Ring is almost certainly a Game of the Year contender, and who knows how many copies it's going to sell in the next couple of months. There's also a strong suspicion that the game will receive DLC in the near future, given that data miner Lance McDonald found an abandoned Colosseum that's currently inaccessible. Some sort of planned PvP update, but perhaps it's just content that was cut during development. It's worth mentioning, however, that all three Dark Souls games received similar PvP updates in the past, so all the speculation is certainly warranted. Whatever happens with Elden Ring in the future, it no doubt already made its mark on the gaming industry, and Miyazaki believes the game will have a strong influence on what they decide to develop next. Whether that means a sequel or a completely new open-world game is anyone's guess for now, but fans are most likely already looking forward to it.
Breath of the Wild is one of the best games I have ever played. If you follow me on Twitter, then you might be surprised that the video is opening with that line, because I've spent most of my tweets bemoaning how many reviewers overlook the game's flaws. And the game really does have those flaws, not just nitpicks, although I have plenty of those too, but huge critical problems that I do not understand how so many reviewers manage to ignore. But I'd be equally guilty of not doing my job if I didn't acknowledge that parts of Breath of the Wild do things better than any other game I have ever played. And through that admission, I hope I can help you understand how conflicted I am on this game, and how difficult it is to properly judge it. Because Breath of the Wild is so huge and has so much to do that it's like two games in one. On one side, you have the incredible stuff, exploration, Link's mobility, the freedom in the many options you have to move through this world. The visuals are heavily stylized and won't be to everyone's tastes, but they consistently impressed me. I cannot think of another open world game that does these things better. But on the other side, you have another game, a game that feels frankly unfinished, which oddly enough is what you play almost any time you're taken away from exploring. When you enter a shrine or what masquerades as a dungeon, when you accept side quests that have less depth, more fetch than the latest quests in World of Warcraft. The game's combat is the best of these, but falls short of its potential, and has some balance issues that are so terrible, it feels like it was made by a team of amateurs in comparison to the experts that develop the exploration you experience through the world. That sounds like an exaggeration as I'm reading it back now, but this is really how I felt. There were many moments I had while playing Breath of the Wild that I had to stop in place to wonder how a game this good was possible. How on earth did Nintendo manage to make this? Hyrule is so vast and beautiful and overflowing with detail, and then a few minutes later I would be thinking the opposite. How could combat be this bad? How could a shrine puzzle be so worthless? Why was so much of my time being wasted when there's already an overwhelming amount of places to go and find? Why is this a Zelda game when there's hardly any of the typical Zelda content? The conflict I feel about this game is something I hope I'll resolve by writing this and then making the video. I can sum it up like this. Imagine a hypothetical game that was 20 levels long. 10 of these levels are some of the best content I've ever experienced. 5 were just okay, about average, but the other 5 were terrible. How much should your overall reaction be brought down by those bad parts? Do you just ignore them and focus on the good, since that's what stood out the most to you? Die-hard fans who think Dark Souls 1 is the best in the series would say, yes, you do, and I can't say for sure if they're right or wrong. I don't know where or how to draw these lines. I don't know if you should draw them, even though it's clear to me that so many reviewers have. They've quarantined off the disease parts of Breath of the Wild and responded to only the best of it. And that's about as long as I can be vague and spoiler-free. If you love exploration in video games, and you owe it to yourself to play this game knowing as little about it as possible. If you want something more, deep combat, an engaging story, any sort of challenge, or interesting puzzles, then you could probably skip Breath of the Wild. You might want to hear my reasons first though, because you might disagree with me. Fortunately, there isn't really much of a story to spoil anyway. the Wild begins with a cinematic. There's no menu the first time you start this game. It just automatically plays this introduction sequence and gives you control of Link. He's been asleep in this chamber for 100 years and has lost his memory. You're guided by a voice through this small area and walk through the basics of the game. This opening is interesting and could potentially get you wondering about what happened. Why was Link left here? Who's speaking to you? Why has he lost his memory? Ultimately, the payoff in the story isn't worth the time spent speculating. While it's certainly a story that received more attention than any of the Mario games, it's still primarily an excuse for Link to travel the world and have an adventure. I do think the potential is here for something more elaborate, but we'll get to that much later on. For now, let's focus on all of the things that are introduced here. First up is the Sheikah Slate that I immediately saw as a pack of Hearthstone cards and could never unsee it for the rest of the game. Hopefully I'm alone in that observation, and if not, at least someone out there will now share my pain now that I pointed it out.
That is the Sheikah Slate. Take it.
The Sheikah Slate is essentially a magical smartphone. Eventually it even has a camera. For now it has a map and I guess some sort of GPS so you can see your location. You can use it to inspect your surroundings and mark things in the distance, which will then also be visible on your map. Soon after this, you unlock 4 apps for the phone that you can use for the rest of the game. First, let's get out of this chamber. You're given some clothes in the next room and not so subtly nudged into opening the menu and learning how to use things. Then after that, you see the exit open as a light at the end of the tunnel, not before you're forced to climb up the wall in order to leave. Again, not so subtly showing that you can climb in this game, although my guess is that most players will realize exactly how important that is in this first stage here. You're given a brief but beautiful shot of Hyrule, and the title of the game fades into view. You're shown a mysterious old man nearby, and then left to do whatever you like. Welcome to Breath of the Wild. Go nuts. Except you're actually confined more than you might think. This starting area is called the Great Plateau, and it's raised on all sides from the rest of Hyrule. You can't leave this place until you've completed the game's tutorial. Where the game succeeds, however, is that you're still given a lot of flexibility in how you go about completing this area. You can also skip some of it on your second playthrough when you know what you're doing. The Great Plateau is one of the best things that this game does. Breath of the Wild is all about freedom, so as much as it may seem paradoxical that it's showing you that freedom while keeping you confined, this part is necessary for each player to be prepared to face the larger world before being able to leave here. The genius is that my guess is most players won't even notice this and will teach most of the lessons to themselves. See, the Great Plateau is like a miniaturized version of the entire game, the whole thing really. For starters, it's surprisingly large. It has multiple areas to go through, ruins to see, and multiple enemy encampments. You have the fields, the mountain range, the ruins of the Temple of Time, and your first tower to find. After that, you're given the task to find 4 shrines on the map. Compare this to the larger piece of Hyrule after this, you're looking to complete the 4 dungeons on the map, which you can do in any order you like, but you're still strongly nudged in the direction of one of them. Just like here on the plateau, your quest leads you to the shrine that grants you the magnesis at first, but you can ignore that suggestion and go wherever you want. Just like the larger world, there's a hidden mini-boss in an area here, one of the stone monsters in the forest, and the mountain area is colder than the rest of this part of the map, which is also a feature you'll be running into a lot in the larger world. Preparing yourself to survive harsh environments, whether that's with clothes or temporary food buffs. But the thing I love the most about this starting sequence is how much it promotes exploration. It starts with that sweeping shot when you first see daylight. I saw Death Mountain in the distance and I immediately wanted to go there. Then when you raise the tower, the city does an even better job of this. You see all these different towers and a shot of the distant landscape behind them. As soon as I saw the snowy one, I was sold. I want to go there. I want to see that. I already had long-term goals to keep me playing. Then, as the final thing that pushes us all from great to brilliant, you can use the Sheikah Slate function I mentioned a minute ago. I was curious enough to want to see how far Death Mountain was from the plateau, and that moment, the sheer scale of this world began to dawn on me was one of, if not the best thing I felt while playing this game. The Great Plateau feels so large at first, but is comparatively tiny to the rest of the game, to the point that after you reveal the whole map, it's honestly hard to tell where it is anymore without zooming in, and that's something you will notice and experience for yourself, that there's this much to explore in this game. But why is the exploration good? I've said it a few times now that I love this part of the game. Well, for starters, not everyone will. Some people prefer their games to be heavy on combat or puzzles or stories. I enjoy those a lot too, but I also like getting lost in video game worlds and seeing interesting things. And those two qualities right there are what Breath of the Wild excels at. There are a lot of cool things to see if you get lost, and it is very, very easy to get lost in this game. By lost, I mean sidetracked. You almost always have your map and you can fast travel the shrines you found, so it's not really possible to get properly lost or stuck, with only a few exceptions like Eventide Isle. The two main mechanics that facilitate exploration are the climbing and the glider. The first finally lives up to that famous line about open world games. See that mountain? You can climb it. Well, in Skyrim, this means finding a set path and following it to the top, or finding literal stairs built into the side of the mountain. In Breath of the Wild, you actually climb it with your hands and feet. And it's not some brainless alternative to walking either. You have to judge the height of things and compare it to your available stamina. For something that appears so mundane on the surface, there is a shocking amount of things you can learn here. Firstly, you can look ahead for potential resting spots on the side of whatever it is you're climbing. Some of these are obvious, while others are harder to recognize. Then there's the ability to jump ahead at the cost of more stamina. Link is capable of climbing higher at the slow pace. His stamina lasts longer that way, but you're a lot faster if you jump. This means you can do some quick planning to squeeze in a few jumps to climb faster, but more importantly, that you need to account for the final desperate jump you can do just before your stamina runs out to finish climbs that you otherwise wouldn't. This is also useful when it's raining. Surfaces are too slick to climb when they're wet, but after a few attempts you can notice a pattern when Link starts to slip. If you time a jump right before that, you don't lose any of the height you've gained until that moment. It's very stamina intensive, but makes climbing possible at least. This was one of many little tricks that I taught myself while playing through experimentation, and it's one of the best things that the game does, rewarding player creativity. Look, this climbing thing may seem unworthy of the praise I'm giving it right now, especially since I've criticized Uncharted and Tomb Raider for all of the climbing in those games. The difference is that they have climbing walls with a set path to follow. Breath of the Wild lets you climb anything, at any point, with very, very few exceptions, so few that it's genuinely not worth me saying it, but I want to avoid the pedantic comment correcting me. You can climb any surface while you're out in the world. It's a decision you need to make, and for you to determine whether you can make the climb or if you even want to, which was a big reason why I favored stamina upgrades over heart containers as I played. There's a childlike wonder in climbing things. It feeds into that idea of freedom. It's the closest I've ever come to reliving how awesome it was to get a flying mount for the first time in World of Warcraft. It's like some shackles you never knew you had have been broken. Climb the building, jump on the roof, jump off the roof. Want to ignore the roads and the paths we've made? Go for it. Climb around them. It's up to you. Have you ever gotten a stubborn streak like that in a game? There's a cliff between you and your destination, and you're clearly not going to waste time going around, even though it would probably end up being faster. So you sort of do a half strafe of the jagged edges of the land, jumping whenever the game lets you, and making a little bit of progress each time. This is more glitching through the game than anything else, but goddammit, you're going to do it your way. Breath of the Wild embraced that and made it a feature. Couple that with the glider, and I think, if you haven't played the game, things might start to make sense about why the exploration succeeds. There's a lot of verticality in this game. You climb towers to reveal the map in each region, of which there are 15. And there are a lot of hills and highland all over the world. You're taught early on to survey the land for shrines, and by extension, anything else that catches your interest. Then when you begin to slowly glide down from up high, you have the time to look around and study everything as you descend. And there's seemingly always more than one thing that catches your eye on the way down. It's up to you if you want to investigate. And the fact that it's so simple to get around with all of the gliding and climbing is why I said earlier that it was so easy for me to get lost. Shrines reward you with spirit orbs that are functionally heart pieces from the previous games. You need the same amount for them to be worth something. 4 heart pieces, 4 spirit orbs. The difference is you can choose either more life or more stamina with every 4 that you exchange. So shrines already have an intrinsic value and allure for you to find them via exploration, but it was other qualities I found that added to the reason to go out looking for things. The most subjective one is that the world really is something to look at. There was genuine beauty to be found in this game for me. While I do think that too many of the regions were full of green trees and sprawling grassy fields, there was enough variety in many mountains, highlands, swamps, jungles, and desert to keep me admiring the surroundings. That looks cool. What is it was often the first thing that caught my attention. Next up are the Korok scenes, which reward players for being receptive and stalking to look at the things that they pass. This is a collectible that initially is extremely valuable as an expansion has some very impressive weapons and shields. It's actually insane that there are that many, but I am certain you're not meant to find all of these. You're not even meant to find most of them. 900 seeds isn't there as a number so the game sounds like it has a ton of content. It's there because by having so many, they can be crammed in a place for people to find easily without being glaringly obvious. I found almost 300 of these seeds across the 150 hours that I played Breath of the Wild, and I am certain that I likely missed another 300 hidden in those same areas I went through. This is the equivalent of casting a really wide net for players. Another person who put in the same amount of hours I did may have also found hundreds of seeds. They're likely to be a completely different set. But the most important way exploration succeeded for me, and I hope for many others, were the stories that I was able to experience myself. Stories that you need to be achieved in more like situations you may get yourself into in real life. The most standard of these were encountering other travelers on the road. These interactions were usually boring, but a rare few stood out. I don't know why, but saving a couple from monsters and then learning that they were searching for a blooming flower, a silent princess, is stuck in my memory. As is my first meeting with Cass, the traveling bird bard, hearing his accordion through the rain in the distance and walking toward the music, wondering what the hell it was, and then being given one of many riddles to solve, which were always easy but were still enjoyable. My favorite was finding the jaws of the serpent on the map. The bigger moments were when I felt like I was traveling out of bounds. There's a tangible sense, especially early on in the game, that you're climbing to places you're not supposed to get to yet, but the game still lets you do it. The most memorable of these stories for me was climbing the frozen mountain range in the southwest part of the world. This was a very long climb, and once I reached the top, I discovered that I wasn't prepared to withstand the cold. Now I had a choice, so I can become better prepared, or push on to find a shrine or the region's tower so that I would have a fast travel point to come back next time without having to do the long climb again. Of course, that's what I did, which ended up taking a lot longer than I anticipated. I kept pushing on, with supplies dwindling as I ate most of my food to replenish hearts lost to the cold, before finally finding a shrine and then the tower shortly afterwards. I will never forget doing that in this game, because it was a situation that I got myself in and then got myself out of. There were a bunch of experiences like this for me while I played. Seeing my first dragon was another one, even though they ended up being disappointing when I learned more about them. I know full well that this type of thing doesn't appeal to everyone, but combined with everything else to do with exploration, it made this part of the game immensely enjoyable for me. It was a real pleasure to get lost in this world, which is exactly what I did for my first 50 hours or so. I didn't do any of the main quests. The game was just this for me during that period. But this is only half of what there is in Breath of the Wild, and I think you can make a strong argument that it's even less than that. So let's rewind back to the Great Plateau after we raise the tower and are given our first quest to reach those shrines. You get your first set of 4 spirit orbs by doing these, which you can use to buy an upgrade in the nearby Temple of Time at the end. The mysterious old man, who turns out to be the ghost of the King of Hyrule, won't give you the required glider to leave the plateau until you do this. More important than the orbs, however, are the Sheikah Slate powers that each of the shrines gives you. These are 2 sets of bombs, a series staple. One is the standard sphere version, the other is a cube so you can securely set it somewhere, which I thought was a neat touch. It was also nice that these recharge instead of being a limited quantity. Puzzles could be designed around the player always having access to bombs because of that. Metal objects, you can move them to be bridges or a set of stairs or to open doors. Stasis allows you to freeze objects in time. This makes them immobile for the duration of the effect, no matter what force is being acted on them. So balls won't roll down a decline, which is how the shrine tests you on the mechanic, and then any series of strikes you land on something while in stasis will compound by the end, so you can launch heavy objects away. Lastly is the Pillar of Ice ability. I say lastly because this one is at the top of the mountain in the Great Plateau and is likely the final shrine that players will visit. There are multiple ways up here too, and more than one way to combat the cold. It's yet another example of how much freedom the game offers each player to choose their own journey to a destination. The Pillar of Ice is exactly as it sounds. You can also make them appear from waterfalls, but that twist on the mechanic isn't taught in the shrine. The way it's introduced is by spawning ice under a gate to lift it out from the water below. Your reward for doing all of this is some story past and the destruction of Hyrule, that Zelda and Link, before you lost your memories, failed to defeat Ganon 100 years prior. You're given some very vague details about Zelda being locked in a perpetual battle with Ganon in a now corrupted Hyrule castle, and that you need to save her. First, though, you should visit and reclaim the 4 divine beasts around the land that were set as weapons to help defeat Ganon before he corrupted them. So you're given more details about how you ended up sleeping in the shrine at the beginning because you fell in battle and had to be taken there to be resurrected 100 years ago, and have the goal of the game: purify the divine beasts, save Zelda, kill Ganon.
Age of Hyrule, rest with you.
The other, far more fun reward is the glider, so let's ignore the story and speak about that. I was very excited the first time I got to this point. There were so many possibilities for the game building on what it had just done. The Great Plateau was a gated area. Because of that, Nintendo knew that every player had an array of tools when they left to explore the world. Weapons, a bow, a shield, probably the knowledge about cooking and clothes, the ability to climb, glide, and all 4 of the Sheikah Slate powers. In previous Zelda games, many of the dungeons couldn't incorporate the tools found in earlier dungeons. That's likely a reason why many of them followed a similarly gated design. You do a small set of dungeons, find their treasure, and kill their bosses, and then have those key items for the next grouping of dungeons that you can do in a different order. This non-linear approach still limited what each dungeon could contain, however, since you can't assume that every player has every tool. Here, in Breath of the Wild, you have all of this already, so dungeons can be built around the idea of mixing and matching different mechanics. Climb something, then stasis a moving platform so you can glide to it, then drop a cube bomb to blow something up, which reveals a metal box that you can manipulate to allow access to some water for an ice pillar or something. I can only be vague about this because Breath of the Wild doesn't do this, ever, so I can't show any visual examples to reinforce this point. At most, there are instances where you have to use 2 abilities together, but that's it, and even those are really rare. I was expecting a dungeon at the end of the Great Plateau, one that incorporated all of these tools and then introduced a new one that can be added onto a growing list. But stunningly enough, these are all the tools you get for the whole game. Not even the excuse of the dungeons present in Breath of the Wild add anything to this list. Instead, the only additions you do get are the ability to swim up waterfalls in the Zora questline and a powered jump ability from the Rito questline. The former of which is only required to do a handful of quests in the area that you get it and a Korok seed, while the latter is never used for anything specific at all. Not even the shrines build on any of these concepts introduced by the first ones on the plateau. This is such a missed opportunity that it's mind-blowing to me that Nintendo did not think of a way to develop this potential. This is the most fertile beginning that I think any Zelda has ever had, and it goes on to be the most lackluster series of puzzles and dungeons that I've ever seen in one of these games, and I've played almost all of them. Even calling the Divine Beasts dungeons might be a stretch for some people. They're incredible to look at, with a spectacle both from the outside and the inside when you board them and run around their insides like a more organic version of a dungeon. It reminds me so much of the awesome scale and shadow of the Colossus, which I think is a comparison a lot of people are going to make. And I did enjoy these sections, don't get me wrong. I like the unique mechanic each one had with controlling part of the robot to make it rotate, or move in a way to open different paths. They're very well put together, but they're also tiny. There's no clever grand level design like in many other dungeons in this series. They're too small for that. The only place that really felt like that was Hyrule Castle, which, depending on how bitter I'm feeling when you ask me, might be the only thing I consider to be a dungeon in the game, period. The Divine Beasts also share the same visual theme, have the same introduction from a ghost of the pilot who died inside when Ganon took over. They have the same concept of find a map, manipulate the beast's unique function, and access several terminals to regain control. Then you kill a boss, all 4 of which share a very similar visual style. I'll talk about the bosses more later when we get to combat, but for now I want to hammer home how disappointing this was for me. I play Zelda games with dungeons and bosses. Those are the things I look forward to the most. I will never forget how awesome some of the bosses looked in A Link to the Past or Ocarina of Time when I first saw them. Just like the overlapping level design and challenge in navigating those dungeons is what made me fall in love with the series to begin with. And this just isn't in Breath of the Wild. It just isn't. Imagine how much more rewarding exploration could have been if there were dungeons to find in the world. The mazes you can discover keys of the potential here. They're unfortunately too simple, but the idea is still present. You can feel it when you arrive. All this mystery and intrigue. Imagine if they gave way to the huge dungeon. Very little of this game was spoiled for me before I started playing, so I really was expecting to unearth some dungeons somewhere as I explored. I looked forward to it the whole game, stumbling upon the entrance of some place and having a whole different kind of experience in a dungeon with a new tool and an awesome boss. It never happened. And I don't know if that's fair to me or not. You're going to have to let me know about that. I know it's not fair to want more content. Breath of the Wild is already brimming with stuff to do. Like I said earlier, I had to stop and ask aloud how Nintendo possibly made this game, because it really is that vast. And having even 4 real proper dungeons hidden in the world, which would still be too small of a number, would be a massive amount of work. And yet, even understanding that I'm expecting too much, I can't stop myself feeling this way because of the Zelda in the title of this game. It's a great experience on its own, but there's not enough Zelda to justify it. What I am certain of, however, is how right I am to be disappointed in shrines, because maybe that's the alternative. There are 120 shrines in Breath of the Wild. If 20 shrines are about the same size of a dungeon when combined, then that could be the equivalent of about 6 dungeons that were chopped up into bite-sized chunks and spread throughout the world. Not so bad if that's how they work, right? The shrines are the worst feature in Breath of the Wild. This section is going to be long and overly detailed because I intend to prove it instead of just whining about it. So if you're not all that interested in the shrines, you might want to skip to combat in part 3. Korok seeds and shrines have one main thing in common. They appeal to a completionist mindset. Longtime viewers may wonder why I'm comfortable saying that Korok seeds are something you're not meant to fully finish, yet I forced myself to do almost every puzzle in the Witness, beat the end of Darkest Dungeon, and reach the center of the galaxy in No Man's Sky. In those games, that is the game. Those are the main features, the main goal. In Zelda, there's a hell of a lot more in the spotlight. Even ignoring the main quest, it's clear that exploration is front and center. You could argue that it's right there in the name of the game. It's for this reason that I'm willing to give the side quests a pass. I enjoyed next to none of them, although some of the characters had funny lines and were charming, and that's okay because they were clearly filler content to me. Do I wish the game had great side quests? Absolutely, why not? If something can be good, why not have it in the game? But I would have rather had dungeons and more Zelda content instead. Korok seeds are clearly not something you're meant to obsess over. Even though the reward you get for finding some of them is important, I'll argue later that it's even game-breaking. The amount of seeds you need for each upgrade slot quickly ramps up, so it's not all that worth it for each individual one. Also, while we're here and just mentioned No Man's Sky, am I alone in having flashbacks to how the inventory upgrades here? Like, holy hell, that game really put a number on me. I can still see it in another game. The difference between seeds and shrines is that I think you're meant to do the majority of them. I don't think you have to do all of them to consider yourself finished with the game, although I don't think it's crazy to go that route if you like. But doing more than half, maybe even 80 of the 120 is reasonable if you explore most of the world and do all of the main quests. Or maybe it should be a comparison to the 70 stars out of 120 in Super Mario 64. That's still a lot of hours of content devoted to shrines. I did all 120 for the video, and just that content alone took me about 20 hours. And that's a pretty accurate estimate because I went through all of my footage and spliced together every shrine. Mostly because I wanted to be able to review all of the shrines for this examination, but also because I'm as crazy as a straw. All of these different clips are the 120 shrines. We'll be splitting them up shortly. For now, it's important to know that there are 2 ways to find all of the shrines in the game. The first is that you just find it with your eyes or your ears. You see a shrine, walk toward it, unlock it, and then ride the elevator down. You get off and say, yep, it's a shrine. Or you hear it with your shrine dar in the slate and play a game of hot or cold to locate it. This can actually eat up a lot of time, as does all of the waiting for the shrines to play their cinematic movies, which are always the same, and then load in and out. The second way to find a shrine is through a quest. Often this means the shrine is inaccessible until you do a task, but it doesn't always mean that, which can lead to some trouble when you're measuring the worth of each of these shrines. Because even though every shrine has the same visual style and recycles the same assets over and over, the content inside can be very different. I'm going to sound disrespectful with what I say next, but I also feel like Nintendo has wasted my time already, so I think we'll break even, at least I hope so. The majority of these shrines are so bad that it feels to me like the developers held a bring your kid to work day and had them all design their own shrine with incredibly simple tools, and the ones that everyone liked the most became the bulk of the shrines in the game. That's how vapid a lot of this content is. So let's split this up because I think that was a fairly bold thing to say and I need to support it. First off, the easiest examples to get rid of are the combat shrines. These are all identical. It's the same room with the same enemy. It's a medium-sized guardian robot who will have an assortment of weapons and shields to use against you, and either a small, medium, or super-sized health pool depending on whether it's a minor, modest, or major trial. These enemies always have the same mechanics, and the only change in the environment are the pillars that you need to bait them into slamming through when they enter a certain attack mode. On harder trials, you need to use your magnet powers or your ice pillars to make these barriers, which to me made the fights easier because I could always guarantee that there would be something to use. If you count the tutorial introduction shrine for these fights, which I definitely think you should, then these take up 21 of the shrines in the game. 1/6 of the shrine/piecemeal dungeon content is comprised of just this same fight over and over and over. Stay with me because it gets worse. More often than not, the shrines that require the completion of a quest will be elaborate, and this is generally the best shrine content in the game. The quests I mean, not the shrines themselves. There'll be a puzzle of some sort in the world or some task you need to do. Cass will present a riddle, like finding the right point to shoot an arrow through 2 of these rock formations, or a woman in the desert will require you to go on a quest to make a drink for her before she'll free up space so you can access the shrine, which leads to carrying an ice cube through ruins full of monsters and hiding it in the cooler shadows so it doesn't melt while you fight. There were 35 of these type of quest shrines in the game on my playthrough. There's technically more than that, but not all of the shrines require you to have the quest in order to access them. Just most of them do. Of these 35, 25 of them ended with an empty shrine. Although I hate the wasted time loading into these things for what amounts to a free pass, it's more than acceptable that some of the shrines are like this because some of the quests are complicated enough to justify it. So quests like navigating the huge mazes on the map, or completing the challenges in the Lost Woods, or even Tide Island, which was one of my favorite parts of the game. Quests like this justify the empty shrine at the end since that's just the reward. The shrine puzzle was in the world instead. However, not all of the quests are worthy enough of this pass, and it's made doubly strange because some elaborate quests do have puzzle shrines at the end of them. 10 of them do, and a few of these are some of the more substantial shrines in the game. There's a quest in the Rito region that requires you to find a bunch of bird children so they'll practice some song in a nearby nest. You have to hunt for them in the village, then cook some special food for the most troublesome one, then you need to solve a puzzle by listening to their song at the nest. Only then does the shrine spawn, and it still leads to a series of puzzles inside. Yet other quests, like holding a snowball at the right angle in the sun so its shadow is cast on the panel, leads to nothing, an empty shrine. Or lighting these torches in the desert, which takes less than a minute, it leads to an empty shrine. Not all of these were made to be equal, and it's made worse by some of the shrines you can find without a quest that are also just empty. There was this one hidden in a wall that my shrine detector picked up. No quest, empty inside. Another in a cold lake that was very easy to find and get to. Same thing, easy to find without a quest, no puzzle inside the shrine. This is a game that promotes exploring, so it should have been predictable that someone like me, who enjoyed going to the far reaches of the map, would have found some of these shrines before finding the quests. This one here, which was empty when I found it, was linked to some sort of quest in a nearby town. A quest that I got a long time later and watched as it instantly auto-completed in my quest log. I have no clue if there was some challenge to it that I skipped over accidentally, but I don't think that matters. For me, it was a dead shrine. This means that there are 29 shrines like this in the game, just a bridge with a chest and a chamber of water, and not all of them had meaty enough journeys there to justify that. The fact that some of the longer quests, like solving the heart-shaped riddle in the Rito village, or taking photos of the broken monument on the beach, still have a puzzle shrine at the end of them after all of this makes a lot of the ones that don't feel suspiciously unfinished. The shrines that are left are the ones that you directly find in the wild. These also include the starter shrines on the plateau and the simple ones in the areas closest to that starting area. I think this split might be a bit hard to follow, so let's refresh all of the shrines on the timeline. The first group on the left are the 60 shrines you find and then solve a puzzle inside. The next 10 are those that have a quest in the world but still have a puzzle shrine afterward. and the remaining 50 are the 21 combat shrines, 25 quests with empty shrines, and the 4 shrines that I found without a quest that were completely empty. We've already gone over how variable the quality on some of the quests can be. I think it's worth mentioning a few other examples real quick though. The riddle that requires you to stab a platform with a specific weapon should have really had a puzzle shrine underneath it. As should the shrines that require you to present a scale of each of the 3 dragons in order to unlock the way, especially since this is something you'll have to do many times if you...
Cleaning up stuff. But we want his belt because I want his Ash of War that he sells for the character. Come on out. Showing easy way to pick him out. I feel like I'm nearly getting it, but there we go. That's what we kind of want him doing with this, because she keeps teleporting around. So that's the intention. Obviously, we are a little bit higher level than the first time you encounter her, so use that to your advantage.
Ranni is a major NPC in Elden Ring. She has an important questline that's tied to one of the game's multiple endings. It involves Roger, Celavis, Blaidd, Fia, and a handful of unique rewards, including a legendary greatsword, all of which will be covered in this guide. As usual, useful timestamps can be found in the video description. To start Ranni's quest, head to Northwest Liurnia. You'll need to make your way through Caria Manor and defeat Royal Knight Loretta to gain access to Ranni's Rise. Doing this will prevent completion of Roger's quest if you haven't already progressed it to the point where he asks you to find Ranni after giving him the Black Knife print. Once you reach Ranni's Rise, make your way to the top. You should be able to enter Ranni's service the first time you speak with her there, but if you were told by Roger to seek out Ranni, then at this point she'll turn you away. You'll need to return to Round Table Hold, speak with Roger again, and go through all this dialogue. He'll tell you to go back to Ranni and enter her service. At that point, you'll be able to return to Ranni and begin her quest. If you already initiated the Radahn boss battle by speaking to Jaren at Redmane Castle, but have not actually defeated Radahn yet, then Ranni may be missing from the top of the Rise. If that's the case, then you'll need to defeat Radahn before Ranni will show back up. Finally, if you attacked or ticked off Ranni and any of her followers in any way, then you'll also have trouble finding her. In that case, you'll just need to perform an absolution ritual at the Church of Vows in Liurnia to regain access to Ranni's quest. After successfully pledging to serve Ranni, she'll tell you to meet with 3 other individuals that serve her, and they'll be in spectral form at the bottom of the Rise. You'll need to speak through all the dialogue of E.G., Blaidd, and Celavis. You'll be trapped in Ranni's Rise and unable to fast travel until you've completed that task, and then return to the top of the Rise to speak with Ranni once again. At this point, the Fingerslayer Blade is required to continue Ranni's questline. There are some intermittent steps where you can speak with Blaidd and Siofra River about Celavis, then speak with Celavis at his Rise to get an introduction letter to give to Sellen, and then speak with Sellen at Waypoint Ruins to learn the lore of Radahn. However, I believe the end result of those steps is just learning that Radahn will need to be defeated in order to access Nokron Eternal City, which is where the Fingerslayer Blade is located. I've shown the locations of Blaidd, Celavis, and Sellen on screen just in case they are actually necessary, or if you were just interested in learning more about these characters. One more thing, giving the Fingerslayer Blade to Ranni will prevent completion of Celavis' quest. I have a complete guide on Celavis' quest if you're interested in doing it. You can find a link to it near the bottom of this video's description. All that being said, we'll assume you've made your way over to the festival grounds at Redmane Castle, and it's quickest to take the teleporter near the impassable Great Bridge Site of Grace. You can initiate the battle by speaking with Jaren after using the Grand Lift of Dectus, and then you just need to defeat Radahn. However you manage it, after defeating Radahn, you can travel to the Fort Height West Site of Grace and then head northwest to descend into a newly created crater in the ground. Going down this path will eventually lead you to Nokron, the Eternal City. I'll move my cursor on the map across the general path you'll need to take to reach the Ancestral Woods Site of Grace. From there, make your way into the Night's Sacred Ground. As a quick bonus, the Mimic Tier ashes are actually located in the east corner of this structure. You'll eventually arrive at the Knight's Sacred Ground site of Grace. From there, you'll need to travel a short distance northeast on the Finger Slayer Blade. A link to it near the bottom of this video's description. All that being said, we'll assume you've made your way over to the festival grounds at Redmead Castle, and it's quickest to take the teleporter near the impassable Great Bridge site of Grace. You can initiate the battle by speaking with Jaren after using the Grand Lift of Dectus, and then you'll just need to defeat Radon. However you manage it, after defeating Radon, you can travel to the Fortnite West site of Grace and then head northwest to descend into a newly created crater in the ground. Going down this path will eventually lead you into Nocron, which is the city, to descend into a newly You can initiate the battle by speaking with Jaren after using the Grand Lift of Dectus, and then you'll just need to defeat Radon. However you manage it, after defeating Radon, you can travel to the Fortnite West site of Grace and then head northwest to descend into a newly created crater in the ground. Going down this path will eventually lead you into Nocron, the Eternal City. I'll move my cursor on the map across the general path you'll need to take to reach the Ancestral Woods site of Grace. To descend into a newly created crater in the ground. Going down this path will eventually lead you into Nocron, the Eternal City. I'll move my cursor on the map across the general path you'll need to take to reach the Ancestral Woods site of Grace. From there, make your way into the Knight's Sacred Ground. As a quick bonus, the Mimic Tier ashes are actually located in the east corner of this structure. You'll eventually arrive at the Knight's Sacred Ground site of Grace. From there, you'll need to travel a short distance northeast to find the Finger Slayer blade. Head over to Ronnie's Rise and give her the Finger Slayer blade. In response, she'll give you the inverted statue. You'll need to take it to the Carrion Study Hall in Eastern Liurnia. Inside, you can mount it on a pedestal, which will cause the study hall to change in dramatic fashion. Make your way through the reoriented structure, and you'll emerge at the Liurnia Tower Bridge, leading straight to the Divine Tower. You'll have to defeat one more minor boss before reaching the Divine Tower, where you'll find the Curse Mark of Death. Upon returning to Ronnie's Rise, you'll find a
There's a teacher who's, of course taken to TikTok. Thank goodness for TikTok. TikTok is the greatest honeypot that conservatives ever invented. I'm starting to think Xi Jinping is on our side, because TikTok just attracts these lunatics and predators to go on the platform and confess their extremely creepy and in some cases criminal behavior. And then there's a great Twitter account called Libs of TikTok that takes that from TikTok, where adult conservatives generally are not, to Twitter, where we are, and posts it for us. So Libs of TikTok just found this lady. She's complaining that her second grade students did not understand the phrase non-binary gender.
So today, for teacher things, one of my students asked about my roommate, because I now have a roommate, and I told them their name, and they asked if my roommate was a boy or a girl. And I said, neither. And they were like, no, Miss Brown, are they a boy or a girl? And I was like, my friend, they're neither. They were like, well, do they have a boy name or a girl name? And I said, neither. And they said, well, do they wear boy clothes or girl clothes? And I said, what are boy clothes and girl clothes? And they go, you know. And I said, no, my friend, I don't know. What are boy clothes and girl clothes? And they said, well, what kind of clothes do they wear? And I said, well, they normally wear jeans and a t-shirt. And they said, well, what color is the t-shirt? And I said, all colors. And they said, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I said, it doesn't have to make sense. And then they walked away because they got mad at me.
Out of the mouth of babes, such wisdom out of the mouth of babes. And credit to this teacher, at least. Well, I don't want to give the devil his due here, but I will give the devil her due in that at the end, she acknowledges that it doesn't make sense. The kids say, this doesn't make sense. And she says, yeah, it doesn't have to make sense. She's calling her second grade students my friend, like she's a Middle Easterner at a bazaar trying to sell you cheap goods. My friend, I am selling you non-binary, my friend. My friend, for you, good price. Best price for you, my friend, on transgender, pangender, non-binary, my friend. Then the students say, well, hold on. Your roommate, their gender, their t-shirt, their color, it doesn't have to make sense. And she's right. Society doesn't have to make sense. We can live in a chaotic, anarchistic, cacophonous mayhem of a society. We can, and increasingly that is what we are doing. But if you want education to be education, if you want to make sense of your freedom, if you want to cultivate your rational will, if you want to get along and flourish, that does have to make sense. We do need sense. We do need logic and reason. When the libs have to choose between educating the children that they seem to care so much about, educating them, giving them a good education, teaching them to make sense of their freedom, and advancing their insane political, sexual, cultural ideology, which are they going to pick? 100 times out of 100, it is going to be the latter. The sexual indoctrination of children starts at a very young age. And this is true, by the way, in all cultures and in all societies. This is the one point that the libs get right, actually. When the libs say that we need to teach sex to kindergartners, they're right in the sense that when you read a storybook, when a normal kindergarten teacher in a normal kindergarten class in a normal society, something we haven't had in a long time, when that teacher reads a book, a board book about Mama Bear and Papa Bear and Baby Bear to the class, that is a kind of sexual instruction, because what it's saying is that family looks a certain way, and that marriage looks a certain way, and that men and women relate to one another in a certain way. And when men and women come together in this thing called marriage, through some kind of process, you get little baby bear. And so that is a kind of sexual teaching. What the libs want is extremely creepy, perverse, pornographic, disordered sexual teaching. So obviously that's very bad. But there's always, they are right that there is always a kind of sexual instruction going on because men and women are different. And we're exposed to them from the very beginning. And we ask, Mommy, why are you and Daddy married? Well, when a man and a woman love each other very much, they come together and they get married and they start a family. Oh, okay, Mommy, all right. And then when the little kid's really little, he says, Mommy, where do babies come from? Well, you came from Mommy's belly. Then the kid gets older and they get a little bit more into detail. But that does start from an early age. And so I have a great deal of sympathy for parents who are falling prey to the left's perversions here. There's a couple that just, again, took to TikTok, took to the honeypot to explain how their daughter knew that she was a boy starting around age 2.
On the 6th of March, we welcomed our beautiful twins into the world. A boy called Arlo and a girl called Emerald.
The first one they said was, "This is a girl." I guess you remember your face just like lighting up like maiden, and then the next one is like, "This is a boy." It's like jackpot, one of each. This is the perfect combination here.
Yeah, look at Daddy flipping. So now they're 4 years old, and
like, here's some things I know, and they seem to be working, and here's how I used those tools to dig at this story, and here's what it might mean, and this is what I got from it, and
here's some universal truths about human beings
that seem to be. And then I try to explore this, like, well, should we believe this? Should we, like, when Abraham, in the Abrahamic story, for example, I mean, Abraham's an old guy, and he's basically lived in his mom's basement. That's really the beginning of the story. He gets a call to adventure. God says, well, get away from your family and your kin, get out there in the world. It's the call to adventure. Think, okay, fine, that's a heroic motif. But then Abraham goes out, and the first thing he encounters is, like, tyranny and starvation, and then a bunch of guys who want to steal his wife. So it's been entertaining to take those stories apart and to see why they're foundation. Because they are foundation. And they're not mere ignorance. Whatever they are, ignorant superstition is not the right category.
How has this changed classrooms?
Well, I haven't gone back teaching since all of this hit.
When did you stop teaching?
Well, oh no, I guess that's not true. That's not true. I taught from January to May of 2016. Well, the first way it changed it was that I was like so shell-shocked when I went to teach last January and I was really sick. Like, I've been really sick this year. Like last January, Jesus, it was just dismal.
There's a teacher who's, of course taken to TikTok. Thank goodness for TikTok. TikTok is the greatest honeypot that conservatives ever invented. I'm starting to think Xi Jinping is on our side because TikTok just attracts these lunatics and predators to go on the platform and confess their extremely creepy and in some cases criminal behavior. And then there's a great Twitter account called Libs of TikTok that takes that from TikTok, where adult conservatives generally are not, to Twitter, where we are, and posts it for us. So Libs of TikTok just found this lady. She's complaining that her second grade students did not understand the phrase non-binary gender.
So today in Queer Teacher Things, one of my students asked about my roommate, because I now have a roommate, and I told them their name, and they asked if my roommate was a boy or girl. And I said, neither. And they were like, no, Miss Brown, are they a boy or a girl? And I was like, my friend, they're neither. They were like, well, do they have a boy name or a girl name? And I said, neither. And they said, well, do they wear boy clothes or girl clothes? And I said, what are boy clothes and girl clothes? And they go, you know. And I said, no, my friend, I don't know. What are boy clothes and girl clothes? And they said, well, what kind of clothes do they wear? And I said, well, they normally wear jeans and a t-shirt. And they said, well, what color is the t-shirt? And I said, all colors. And they said, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I said, it doesn't have to make sense. And then they walked away because they got mad at me.
Out of the mouth of babes, such wisdom out of the mouth of babes. And credit to this teacher, at least. Well, I don't want to give the devil his due here, but I will give the devil her due in that at the end, she acknowledges that it doesn't make sense. The kids say, this doesn't make sense. And she says, yeah, it doesn't have to make sense. She's calling her second grade students my friend, like she's a Middle Easterner at a bazaar trying to sell you cheap goods. My friend, I am selling you non-binary, my friend. My friend, for you, good price. Best price for you, my friend, on transgender, pangender, non-binary, my friend. Then the students say, well, hold on. Your roommate, their gender, their t-shirt, their color, it doesn't have to make sense. But she's right. Society doesn't have to make sense. We can live in a chaotic, anarchistic, cacophonous mayhem of a society. We can, and increasingly that is what we are doing. But if you want education to be education, if you want to make sense of your freedom, if you want to cultivate your rational will, if you want to get along and flourish, that does have to make sense. We do need sense. We do need logic and reason. When the libs have to choose between educating the children that they seem to care so much about, educating them, giving them a good education, teaching them to make sense of their freedom, and advancing their insane political, sexual, cultural ideology, which are they going to pick? 100 times out of 100, it is going to be the latter. The sexual indoctrination of children starts at a very young age. And this is true, by the way, in all cultures and in all societies. This is the one point that the libs get right, actually. When the libs say that we need to teach sex to kindergartners, they're right in the sense that when you read a storybook, when a normal kindergarten teacher in a normal kindergarten class in a normal society, something we haven't had in a long time, when that teacher reads a book, a board book about Mama Bear and Papa Bear and Baby Bear to the class, that is a kind of sexual instruction. Because what it's saying is that family looks a certain way, and that marriage looks a certain way, and that men and women relate to one another in a certain way. And when men and women come together in this thing called marriage, through some kind of process, you get little baby bear. And so that is a kind of sexual teaching. What the libs want is extremely creepy, perverse, pornographic, disordered sexual teaching. So obviously that's very bad. But there's always, they are right that there is always a kind of sexual instruction going on because men and women are different. We're exposed to them from the very beginning. And we ask, Mommy, why are you and Daddy married? Well, when a man and a woman love each other very much, they come together and they get married and they start a family. Oh, okay, Mommy, all right. And then when the little kid's really little, he says, Mommy, where do babies come from? Well, you came from Mommy's belly. Then the kid gets older and they get a little bit more into detail. But that does start from an early age. And so I I have a great deal of sympathy for parents who are falling prey to the left's perversions here. There's a couple that just again took to TikTok, took to the honeypot to explain how their daughter knew that she was a boy starting around age 2.
You ready? On the 6th of March, we welcomed our beautiful twins into the world. A boy called Arlo and a girl called Emerald.
The first one they said was, "This is a girl." I can remember your face just like lighting up, like amazing. And then the next thing was on, "This is a boy." It's like, jackpot. You know, one of each. This is the perfect combination.
Yeah, look at Daddy flipping. So now they're 4 years old and they identify as 2 boys. The first time that I realised Stormy wanted to identify as male was about roughly 2.5. But it's not really, he said, "I want to be a boy." He said, "I am a boy." And that is the difference.
My name is Stormy and I'm 4 years old. I feel like a boy and I want to be a boy. Sometimes people call me girl.
Do they? How does that make you feel?
Sad.
When you watch this, you get very angry. If you're a normal person, you can't help but get angry. You say, this poor kid, the kid can barely speak. He's a 4-year-old. I'm a boy now. Or I said he because it's so confusing that the she says, I'm a boy, and I knew it. So you're telling me at 2.5, the baby knew that she was a boy. No, this owes to the confusion of the parents and the confusion of this culture. When I was a 4-year-old, I said I was Batman. I really did. I went for like 2 weeks. I put on a cape and I demanded that everyone call me Batman. I know that conservatives use this as a kind of flippant example. That I actually did that when I was 4, when I was the age that little girl is now. And my mother tolerated my wearing the cape a little bit, but she never embraced my identity entirely as a billionaire who fights crime. If only she had, I would have loved to be treated like a billionaire as a little kid. But it would not have been good for my flourishing because it wasn't true. It wasn't in accord with reality. Even still, as angry as one gets at these parents, I have a great deal of sympathy because these parents in particular admitted, they said, "Man, this seems so crazy. It seems so crazy, but I just want to do what's best for my kid."
I can't remember the exact moment it switched over, but there was that point where, you know, this isn't just a phase. This is not a little girl we're looking at here. This is a boy. He started being unhappy with being dressed as a girl, so he started being unhappy with wearing dresses. Haircuts were a big no-no. Didn't like haircuts, didn't like pigtails. He was genuinely upset that being dressed as a girl. Before I had children, and certainly before the last couple of years, this whole thing, I would have thought it was ridiculous. Honestly, I would have watched me and said, "No, you're crazy. You're making it more. You're abusing a child."
We constantly say, "Are you a boy today, or do you feel like you might?" Because I don't want you to feel like he's took himself down a route that he can't turn back.
I'm really glad that this couple included this explanation. In a way, it reveals them and the abuse that they are carrying. Because I bet there are a lot of Christians who say, "Well, you know, my child has a fantasy, but the culture tells me that if I don't affirm the fantasy, then I'm going to make my kid commit suicide." And that's what they tell you. They say if you do not affirm this child's fantasy, the kid's going to kill him or herself, and it's going to be your fault. And any parent will do anything to protect their kid. But the parents obviously have some trepidation here. They say, "But I don't want to put my daughter down a path, feel like she's going down a path where she can't get back." But necessarily, she won't, especially when kids are really, really little. Their brains are like sponges. They're so malleable. The more they behave in a certain way, the more they are going to behave in a certain way. That's true of all of us. That's just what habit is. But especially when you're a kid, you form habits much more easily, and they can stick a lot longer. That's why it's so much easier to learn a foreign language when you're a little kid than when you're older. And so the longer that they do this, and then obviously if they end up using puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones or any of the poison that these psychos, big pharma, and the cultural left are forcing on little kids, then they're on a path where it's virtually impossible to get back I just would encourage parents who are in this position, do not allow yourself to fall prey to the insane, psychotic, false emotional blackmail. Do not allow yourself to distrust your gut instinct. Your gut instinct is right. Even our medical establishment, certainly the cultural establishment, even our medical establishment is completely without credibility. They are the emperor without clothes. They've proven that, I think, definitively over the last 2 years. And now it's no longer about making you wear some stupid cloth mask. Now it's about permanently destroying your little child's body. Do not believe that. Trust your gut. I'm glad you like that clip. Now, you know what you have to do. You gotta ring, smash, click, like, tap, dab, twerk. I don't know. You gotta subscribe to the Michael Knowles Show right here on YouTube and also on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, like wherever you get your audio podcasts. Make sure to do that right this very second. We'll see you next time.
Sean up to speak today. He's got a PhD in philosophy, and he teaches out in California at UCLA. And he had told me a while back that he was going to be here in Florida for a convention of philosophy at UM. And I thought I'd come by and pretty much do what I did to you guys every week in apologetics class, and just press you on what you believe and why you believe it. But this time it's not just going to be someone pretending. And so I hope you guys are up for that challenge. He's going to share some of his story with you and then also take a few questions from you guys. So as he's sharing his story, have a few questions ready, maybe a few objections waiting, but pretend you're in my class at this moment, because it's going to kind of feel like apologetics in here to some degree, because, again, we've got skeptic and believers. So if you would give a great round of applause for my friend Sean.
Hey, thanks for having me. This is a unique opportunity. I teach at a school in Southern California at a university, so obviously work with university students normally. But when the opportunity came to come to a Christian school, which is obviously very different than where I teach at UCLA, I was like, sure, I'll share my story a little bit, and then we have 2 mics that'll roam around. You can ask me anything you'd like to ask me. So I teach philosophy, but I'm not a Christian. I didn't make the sign, but that's fine. Atheist encounter, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I grew up in a Christian home in Northern California, kind of outside of San Francisco. I used to go to church. I went on mission trips. Where I live, mission trips would like go down to Mexico, help kids who were less fortunate there. I would read my Bible. I would share my faith. I even would get $10 tithe. I get $10 allowance each week, and I would tithe like $1 in the allowance rate, and that's what I was told. 10%. Be a good Christian young man. I believe this. But when I got to university, I started encountering people with very, very different, who had ideas I had never thought about, and who were actually really smart in what they believed. And I had a conversation with a student. I was a freshman, and she pressed back and asked me a couple of questions I had never thought about before. My first thought was, well, this is what my pastor taught me. Well, this is what my parents taught me. This is what the Bible says. And my fourth thought was, that was called theology. My fourth thought was, honestly, I really don't have the answer to what you're talking about. I just didn't know. I'm going to actually go research this, read both sides, and see where the truth is. To make a long story short, after I started to read people with different beliefs, there's no good scientific evidence that God exists. There's no reason to think the Bible is true, but
This video is sponsored by Card People. You can visit their store by using my referral link in the description below. Okay, so here at Street Artist, not for very once, our alchemy card here is pretty strong. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you seek a creature card that means you get a random one from your deck that meets this requirement, which is lesser mana value coming off the battlefield. I don't know. I mean, red green is still a pretty bad color pair. As powerful as this is, green mana to not add to the board at all immediately. And there are going to be times when you play things and your deck can't see anything. So I don't love it. It's good, and I would definitely be after it, but I think this pack also has Sleep with the Fishes. I'm more on board with that. It's a great rule spell that looks like it has a body that can close out the game. So I think we take the Sleep here. Scheming Fences are rare, but most of the time it's limited. It doesn't play like one. It plays like a 2-2-3. Got some interesting picks here. So we've got Illuminator Virtuoso, which is quite good. Ceremonial Groundbreaker, which is pretty good. It'd be tricky to play if we're a base blue deck, but we get some fixing. Jewel Thief, which is really good, and then Adjudicators and Regulator. I mean, these are all cards you really want for this deck. I'm leaning towards Jewel Thief. It's sort of the jack of all trades of all these cards. Like, it may not have as high of a ceiling, but it has a higher floor than the rest of these do. You're not supposed to be green-blue as a base. Generally, it's supposed to be green, white, or blue-white, and then splash the third color. That's where the support is. But I think Jewel Thief might be what we want to do here. Like, these other things need some work. The Groundbreaker, the Virtuoso, and the Regulator, Jewel Thief does it. So, I think that's where we'll go. Okay, well. Alright, so another Sleep with the Fishes is definitely what we take here. Alright, we're going to be a fish deck. Now we get an exotic pets, which is really strong. Blue cards are okay. Wave is really good, but are we going to be a blue-green splash white kind of deck? Oh, maybe. We can see it. We can see it happening. Seems like people are taking alchemy cards really highly. I wonder if there's better value if you do a draft to get all the alchemy cards, if you're interested in playing constructed with them. Because it seems like we're seeing very few of them past the first couple of picks. Okay. So, this is interesting. The Civil Servant is here, and it's great. It is tricky to be a green-white deck and play a double blue card, generally. The other option is Attendant Socialite, and the Servant is just way better. And maybe we just get enough fixing that we can play Sleep with the Fishes, too. Some of them are better, but I don't think that many of them are better of the alchemy cards. There are definitely some that are, but I think we take the Servant. It has too high of a ceiling. Okay. So I think Requisitioner is definitely the best card in this particular pack. I guess we could end up in like a Maestro's deck out of nowhere. Killshot and Celebrity Fencer are okay, but neither of them are that good, and Requisitioner is a lot better than them. I think we take Requisitioner here and see what happens. See, here's an alchemy card. It's not a great one. Okay, so pretty good red 2-drop here. Could we end up being a blue-red deck? I guess. I mean, if the best card in this pack is a red card, so it could happen. So this is interesting because it's a really cool threatened effect that actually has an immediate effect, a lasting effect, which is a cool design. Also, it's good if we have some sack outlets. So if we're going to be Maestros, it looks to me like you probably be blue-red. 2 Sleep with the Fishes is a good reason to do that. And maybe black's our third color. If we are Maestros, this might actually be useful. I kind of think I'd take the break here. This is our opening pack. So, Obscure Initiate's fine. You know, we won't always be able to use its ability, but it feels to me like this is where things are going. Because we could splash white for exotic pets. But we'll see. We have some good green-white cards. Yeah. Blue-red's not really a supported color pair. Worth noting. Okay, a couple of decent black cards, a couple of decent blue cards, parcel. Yeah. This is better for aggressive. This isn't a terrible, like, win condition if we end up in Maestros. I think we take the Crocodile. I don't love it, but it's, you know, you can make it unblockable for one reasonably often. So, to really take advantage of this, we want some stack effects, but the fact that it has a permanent effect is pretty sweet. Now, it makes that creature unable to block forever, and it deals 1 damage to our opponent creature. So that's pretty cool. So, Shieldmate is definitely the best card here. I think we just grab it. On the off chance we shift back into this deck. I think I'd rather have a first Psionic Snoop than a second Sewer Crocodile. Though, neither are great. I guess I should have taken the 1-drop. Like, if we end up shifting back into green-white, that's definitely the better card. So this is not a good rare. Yeah, so this thing is interesting. You know, we obviously don't have white cards here, but we could end up in a white deck, theoretically. And, it lets you return a thing. The thing I don't love about it is you don't have a choice. You have to return it. But it's pretty strong anyway. So, yeah. Okay. Options. I mean, we could theoretically end up in Obscura still. Like a blue-white, black deck. It's not like our red cards are that good. So Obscura Charm's interesting. Murder, of course, is pretty nice. And you are supposed to be like base, blue black or black red. I think we end up taking murder here. Wow. Okay. This card would have been nice for the last deck. You just blitz to something and then it just has blitz and menace. Menace. That does kind of nudge me a little bit in the direction of being black red, but if I have 3 sleep-with fishes, like, I think I'm pretty happy. So I think we're honing in on this third sleep with the fishes here. Okay, Glamorous Outlaw, actually useful for us. What does Xander's Wake do? So you get a death trigger that lets you grab a card from this spellbook. Just a bunch of black cards. I think we want the Outlaw. Yeah. We want another Outlaw, or do we want Murder? I think a second Outlaw sounds good. I think we're sort of a control deck, which isn't always a great place to be in this format. Celestial Regulator is spicy. I don't really think we're playing white. I do love that card, though, and it kind of feels like maybe we should have just been should have just forced brokers, but you know, I think we're going to have to pick up the body here. Do I have anything amazing to get back, I guess? We do have sacrifice. Yeah, pick up the body. Okay, storefront. A little mana-wise. Decent here, not bad. I think there's witness protection. This card's overperformed for sure. I'll take Ignis here. We need to now, it sort of feels like we're going to be like a red-based deck black. Like I said, not really blue black and black red are the two that have like uncommons, but maybe where we're in. Alright, so Midnight Assassin, not bad. This also helps our mana, for what it's worth. But we do kind of need playables. Yeah, Xander's Wake's pretty good, but I think unless I have a bunch of sacrifice going on, I don't think I really wanted to go in that direction. Another Make Disappear. I mean, it is a 2-drop. It has waiting uses, but when you have a limited number of 2-drops, Make Disappear can kind of fill the void. I think we grab it here. Alright. This is a 2-drop. Right now, it doesn't feel like we want black 2-drops, though. I'm going to take Maestro's Theater. Okay, we'll take an Obscura Initiate. Another Sewer Crocodile. Rebel Ruiner's not the worst card ever. Neither is Witness Protection, so that worked out okay. And Depopulate. Menagerie Curator. Card, obviously we're not in green. Outlaw number 3 or an expendable lackey. I kind of think we need a lackey more. We need these low drops. And it's a pretty good one. Depopulate is great. You know, if we'd stayed white, it's what we would have gotten, but... Ooh, okay. This is pretty powerful. I'm pretty glad to play it. I wouldn't mind a Rogues Gallery in this deck, because we have a couple of Outlaws. And also we have some Blues, really good. Maybe it'll wheel. I do think it's what we take. I wouldn't mind Murder Goons either. Like one of those wheels, but if we take the Blues, we can play and take the Lady well, you know, for blue black mana. Yeah. Right now, though, it still sort of feels like we're probably more interested in being blue-red and like splashing, dig up the body. We'll see. Okay. Well, this is strong. I haven't gotten to play with it yet either. And we're in these colors, so I think we're happy to take it. We do need some more fixing, maybe. And I would like to call in a professional or a Girder Goons, but Maestro's Diabolist is really strong. Oh. I know that you can trade and get a card back, but I don't know. Maybe it is just what I should have taken there, but it feels like the randomness of it could be... I mean, yes, you get a thing, but I don't know. It seems too random to me. So right now, it kind of feels like maybe we're shifting back into like a blue-black deck, which is kind of what you're supposed to do, that splashes red. We do get a Snooping Newsy here that supports that game plan. We also have a Bypass, which is pretty good. I think we take the Newsy. It's a good 2-drop. And we can use those. Oh, hello. This card's awesome because it bounces things. You know how much I love that. And not only does it bounce the thing, it makes the thing that you bounce cost more. It's got flash. It's really strong. So we're happy to take this out to be card. You're probably right that Xander's Wake is just good enough. Especially with tokens and stuff. It was probably the right pick. Fake Your Own Death's not bad. I think we wanted a little more than Quick Draw Dagger. We have a few creatures that do things with it, like Toulouse, the Bouncer, the Outlaw. Oh, so you can infiltrate it. Nice pick up here for us. Yeah, you guys have convinced me. I probably should have taken Xander's Wake. You know, it isn't enchantment, it doesn't do anything right away, but what it does is strong enough to be Jin type effective. It's probably worth it. It's easy, you know, what this format is like without alchemy, where it's like engines like that are just all bad in this format, but one that's that cheap and that powerful probably does the job. Okay, we get a Tainted Indulgence here, which is pretty good. There's also a Ready to Rumble that we can splash, but I think we probably take the Indulgence. Outlaw number 3 is fine by me. It's probably not better than Night Clever, I would guess. I think we'd rather have a Girder Goose than a third initiated. Definitely Splash Call on a professional. Yeah, I think we took the right route in the end. You know, shifting to blue-black, we got 3 uncommons that are blue-black, or 3 cards that are uncommon. Worked out pretty well overall. Got this Witness Protection. You know, I don't love the card, but in this format, like, you have to shut down some early creatures before you die. So, it's actually better in this format than it is in both. Nice pun on Holy Chaos, I did. Until now. Alright, most wanted. I think this deck turned out pretty good in the end. Should I have taken Xander's Wake? Probably. Probably. You know, normally I never play with cards where I, like, haven't really analyzed how good they are. That's the weird thing about this format. With the Alchemy cards is, there's a bunch of cards that I haven't really analyzed how good they are. So, in the end, I don't have that many twos. For that reason, I think we have to run Witness Protection and make this weird. And this could be our big downfall in this deck, is that we don't do stuff very well early. Do I need to run Cutthroat Contender? Would I rather have it? Like, oh, I have a Midnight Assassin. And a Murder. I forgot we shifted here. Okay. That helps. So, do we also want to run the Contender? Because we really need low drop. I don't know. Probably end up cutting Sewer Crocodile. Too bad I didn't get a Rogues Gallery. This deck would have been crazy with it. We saw one, but we took something really powerful over like Cyclone Bouncer or something. I think it was the right pick, but... So... More creatures than I thought we had. 15 of them. I think maybe one Contender is better than one of the Witness Protections. Maybe I just cut both. Yeah, probably better. I don't have a lot to do early. That could be a problem. We can move A anyway. We have a lot of powerful 3s, 4s, and 5s. And it's not like we don't have a bunch of removal, but having like 1 and 2 mana removal is better. So maybe we just lean on these Make Disappear and just get rid of Witness Protection entirely. I just like Make Disappear more. Static Snoop's not very good. That's an easy cut. Is there any other easy cuts there? I think we want the Assassin more. This is pretty good. I mean, we have a lot of... which removal's a little worse in this format than most. The Link cards, for example, and cards with ETB abilities make it way worse. But, I think, you know, being able to shut down a bunch of stuff is good. If we can. Do I need 3 mountains? Going on a professional Maestro's Diablos with 3 outlaws? Probably not. With 3 outlaws, especially because Maestro's Theater can also grab us a mountain. And we probably want another swamp. Maybe we want another island with 4 double blue cards. We only have 1 double black card, so yeah. These do both grab us blue, but they also both grab black. Yeah, alright, I think that looks good. Yeah. Alright, we can keep full. No 2-drop, but that's gonna happen. That's our biggest problem. Uh-oh. And they even played a 1-drop. Luckily, it's not a super powerful 1-drop. I am going to be able to play the Diabolus next turn, which is pretty spicy. It works out. 2 drop 2. Could also play this. I think we go for it with Diabolus, though. Gives us so much value right away. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the bottom card. You may cast that card this turn. That's pretty cool, and you get something even if you don't cast it. And you can't if it's a creature, for example. So, pretty good. I think we swing again here. And we play Toulouse.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
I just want to discard the Lackey. If I don't, I can actually play it. And I get this back if they kill Toulouse. So I think that works okay for me. So they're not going to be able to play that, is the good news. Diabolist might be about to die. Seems like the best thing to use a removal spell on, as killing Toulouse, for example, doesn't feel great. They get 2 for 1. If they kill the Diabolist, I mean, it still doesn't feel great because it leaves behind a devil that it made. Oh, that's pretty good, though. So they played the Traumatic Prank, which we would have played if we ended up being a redder deck. We did not. Interesting. Do I block the token? Question is whether they're also going to Grizzly Salvage, because if they do that, it's going to be brutal. I kind of think blocking the token with the Lackey seems pretty good. They can kill our token, but then we can use our token to kill their Witness, which, yeah, they get some value out of it, but we get some value out of our Lackey. Could just do 1 to us too, but yeah. Ooh, no, they're gonna do 1 to Toulouse and then cast Grizzly Salvage. I can feel it. Okay, good. If they did 1 to Toulouse, that's what they were gonna do, but that's good, I guess. Oh no, they do have Grizzly Sigil. Look at that. That was all brutal. Even if we do get the card back, like, that whole sequence was nasty. A nasty sequence. So I guess we play Newsy. Yeah. It's up to 4. We're about to get rid of the Lackey, though, which will take it down to 3. Yeah, I mean, wow. They took all the alchemy cards. They have all the sweetest ones. Brutal. Like, this thing's crazy good. Oh, I don't think we're going to be able to beat them. There's just too much value over there. Sleep at the Fishes doesn't really deal with the problem. I mean, I guess we get to deal with the Ooze token when it shows up. I guess we can do that at least, but man. Okay. So we're gonna attack with the 1/1. I think we play Midnight Assassin. shut down the token, I guess. Yeah, so play our assassin here. We're kind of, we kind of have a shot, but this is a real value engine. I mean, that is one thing that this might have added to the format that makes it more interesting, is there are actual value engine type cards that are playable. And that is something the format lacked. I did a video today on the best build arounds ever, basically in limited, you know, the sweetest ones. And, yeah. Okay, so I think we block the initiate and then kill the initiate with the devil. I definitely would have needed something like that Xander's Wake that I probably should have picked to keep up with something like Big Job and Effortless Devourer. So I can shut that down. The kind of crappy part is they can still give trample to things if we do shut it down. Murder Goons. We don't have a 5 in the yard yet, so that would get us one closer to lifelink on Snipping Newsy. So, yeah. I do think we cast Sleep with the Fishes. Well, we're only attacking with our 1-1 anyway. We don't need to do it yet. So the problem is they can give +1/+0 and trample to things. You get a body dropper now. This thing is crazy good. It's like Pyrexene Arena on steroids. Yeah. So, how do I want to do this? It says trample. I think I kind of have to do that. And I think we'll double block this. Is the one card in your hand blow me out? No, we're not. Okay. Play this Glamorous Outlaw before you make any more decisions about attacking and whatnot. Nightclub Bouncer's good. It bounces that token. Don't really want Maestro's Theater, though. Don't think we can really afford to attack here. Man, stop getting real cards. Hit a land already. Yeah, that's the one downside is the whole land thing, but if you don't hit lands with this, I think we might just be dead now. Bouncer's gonna be good, but they just have to play a creature. This already has tradable, they're gonna double its attack. Yeah. We did. So basically, I have to block this, and then double block Body Dropper, or I'm dead. And there's not really a way for us to come back. Oh, I can't even do that, because this is still trampled for lethal. Yeah, we got crushed by the alchemy cards in that game. Especially the Big Job. Which is pretty absurdly powerful. That thing's definitely better than Xander's Wake. Like, the Xander's Wake, we would have just had to trade things off, but... Although, it did perform a little in that game, so I never hit a land with it. Because if you hit a land, you can't actually land. But it didn't matter in the end. think that crocodile thing is a huge bomb. It's just really good. The big job might be, probably is. I think there are definitely some that are bad for limited too, amongst the alchemy cards we have. A lot of them are very good. In our first draft of the day, we had 0 alchemy cards, and we beat a bunch of people with them, and we went 7-0. In our drafts where we've had alchemy cards, it hasn't gone as well. It's a funny thing, but that's just, that's just numbers. Alright, this hand's pretty good. Them stealing and sacking our 1/4 Death Toucher was the back-breaking play in that game. That's what really set up all the shenanigans. Feel that much more balanced considering our first deck of the day with the Broker's deck with 0 alchemy cards and we went 7-0. We'll make this appear here. Okay, so I'm just gonna pass. Leave up mana to play the bouncer. But I guess that's a good problem to have. So I have to pay 4 for this now, which is pretty funny. Kind of reminds me of Reflector Mage. I think we probably just offer the trade here. That works too. Then we play our Outlaw. They're definitely engines, and I think that makes the format more interesting, even if maybe it's not more balanced. Alright. Creatures in their hand perpetually gain when it enters the battlefield. They go 1/1. What? Oh, well, they don't have too many creatures in their hand, huh? Is that insane? I have, other than the Broker's deck, I have felt like I've had a very hard time outpowering without cards. That's for sure. So, I'm thinking I attack here. Maybe not. I guess I do. Yeah. I mean, if we can get them to throw a bunch of blockers in front of that, that's cool. And if we can't, that's kind of cool too. I think we just play Sleep with the Fishes here and shut down one of these. Getting them 3 creatures in their hand that are each going to do 2 damage to me. Because that's going to be brutal. Oh man, they don't. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for that. Okay, so we play Toulouse. Kind of unlikely we draw anything. We'd rather play the Color Professionals. Maybe they just wait for this. Because I may want to play the Professional here. No, I don't have link tools, but I pointed at them. Then we play our conductor. Alright. So if it dies, we get a powerful removal spell. That works for me. In the meantime, it's a 4-2. Yeah. Alright, we did manage to overpower some nasty alchemy cards in that one. With the help of one of our alchemy cards, to be fair. The bounce on that was crucial. It's like it's a lot harder these days to get gems. I think it used to be if you had 4 copies of a card, you got a 5th copy in the draft you get gems. But now I think you have to have every single rare instead of a bummer. Good old economy. And I never get gems anymore, and I used to always get them in this stage in the format where every draft I'd get like 60 or 80 gems. Never happens now. Pretty good hand. No 2-drop, and they're on the play, so it could get ugly, but we can't play the Obelisk on turn 3. Because it is a card that can help us get back to that behind. Right, play a powerful mana door. Actually, like, not insanely powerful. But you get to draw a card sometimes. Getaway car. Okay. I think we played the Diabolist. I mean, there's something to be said for playing Toulouse, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Diabolist is nice, but it also would mean we take another big hit. And if I play Toulouse, I at least set it up so I can trade with this and get a card back. That does seem better, I think. I mean, it's open to, like, death from a nightclubber, which maybe they're not playing black, but they definitely could be. I think we discard one of the sleeps. So yeah, if you play a creature spell that doesn't share any creature types with a creature in your library, that's going to be an angel now. That's pretty sweet. Alright, we definitely have to trade for this thing. Get back to sleep. Feels like shutting down the curator first is probably actually better. think I'm okay with that. If they have another one of these to bounce it again, we're not going to be very happy, though. Hopefully they only get one. Good. I can deal with one, I think. Okay. That's some interesting stuff we can do here, potentially. So... we do... finally play our Diabolist here and attack with it. Leave up Big Disappear. Am I willing to just take 6? I don't think so. I think we may block with this fish. We may not need to, because we may get to sack the double to make disappear, but if they don't give us that option... well, maybe I do just take 6, now that I think about it. Yeah, we'll just take 6. Yep. Now... alright, this is going to be nice, because it lets us deal with both wrongs if I sack the devil, and then I can make another devil on my next turn, so... yeah, we definitely do have to wait, because it lets us kill with wrong. Now, we shut down the other fire. Do I have to have it that way? I guess I do. Attack for 3. Can we stabilize? There's a murder. I think we probably just swing out here and play Glamorous Outlaw. I guess I'd leave the Death Toucher back. There's no reason not to. I mean, getting it for 1 more damage is nice, but holding back the backup aim with more than 1 body seems worth it when I'm not getting the 1 out of it. Make disappear, because that's going to make me sad. No, but I'm glad I left my bodies back, because it's a communicator. Another outlaw down those 2. Trader 3. I mean, it seems more likely to me that we almost want to draw land so we can bounce and murder. And we don't actually have an island for Nightclub Bouncer anyway, which is a bummer. Want either of these? That's the big question. It feels like another outlaw is pretty good. I don't really think the Infiltrator is amazing. But a 3/3 flyer is nice, I guess. I've painted in Elden to set it up. I just want to draw both of these. I can make another decision about the Infiltrator next turn after I've played another outlaw. Potentially, anyway. So we'll do that. We can also use the outlaw to give us the blue mana we need, which is first. Okay, well, I guess it didn't matter. Our opponent was having mana problems. We have quite the board, so... Okay, everything disappeared. Play around. I think trying to get the board here is fine. I think the issue. That's a game. That's fine, but it does. So I think we play Toulouse here. They make disappear now, don't they? I'm always paranoid about make disappear. Okay, I think we may throw away the murder. We're not especially close to double black. Fake your own death actually does something. I guess that does get us double black. Yeah. I think we're closer to sleep with the fishes, so. Thanks again for all the gift subs, Derelict. Okay. That doesn't hurt my feelings too much. Could use a land. Play Toulouse again. That's not a land, alright. We're gonna get rid of one of these make disappears, though. Fourth land. Weren't able to hit it off with 2 Toulouse triggers. A little rough, but I guess we'll be okay. We had crazy luck our first round today. Didn't play too much. Hey, there it is. So yeah, we definitely attack. Let's see what happens when we attack. So make disappear doesn't do the job, but fake your own death does. I think we'll also just play another initiate, and again make disappear. We can also just let it die and have 2 make disappear. I also get to die again. Yeah, let's fake your own death here. If they try something else, make disappear will work. Those guys. So. Oh, I don't get to make disappear. Kind of weird, doesn't it technically die? I feel like it does. It does die. Weird. I guess the order of the triggers or something was weird. I don't know. I don't know what happened there exactly. But it's annoying. Pitch this island. Or this make disappear. think make disappear is situational enough that I'm okay with getting rid of it. It's like I don't see a turn where I'm just gonna make disappear mana. Oh, there we go. It did go to my hand. Just did it in a weird order. Or something. Double Sparta's Adjudicators, huh? That's something. Definitely makes me want to leave up mana for make disappear. More than playing condition. Force it to turn. Yeah, I don't think it's a bug, but whatever happened. It takes a while to get it back. It sucks that we did this on the swamp at the time. I thought it was the right thing to do. Obviously now, we would have rather done it on the island. But, so, my cover doesn't actually kill anything. It does allow them to draw a card. And I think we let it happen. Second night cover, we would make this So I do think we make disappear that and get it back, but it takes some effort. The only downside about doing it is we know these adjudicators are coming down, but we can minimize how much value that has because we'll untap it, we'll see what the fish is on the bandit. So, yeah. Get rid of that. So, yeah. See what the fish is. Vandal. Get them for 6. I could have gained life, but holding on to this treasure seems better, right? We don't have any. We have one black source and no red sources without it. We have plenty of blue, so. Okay. Well. So, can I just blitz and win here? No, not quite. I think we want another swamp. Well, I guess that's a swamp. Maybe we get a mountain. Yeah, we'll get a mountain. Then we're going to sleep with the fishes, this adjudicator. We got there. Alright, we lost the first game, but we won 3 in a row since then. Bombs don't have to be rare. There are almost never cards that I would classify as bomb. And I use some people really throw the word bomb around. I've heard people call gloves red bomb bombs. Seriously, like some people need any big creature. And a bomb is a card that can get you back ahead or behind consistently. And I don't think there is any of that in the set. You know, like Inspiring Over or any set. Inspiring Overseer is great. It has a very high power level, but it's still not really a bomb. As strong as it is and as much as it increases the percentage by, it doesn't, you can't play it on a board where you're far behind, and it I don't consider the opportunity it is a value engine. It's pretty good. It's not really. It needs a lot to go right for you to actually turn the game around. It doesn't do it very quickly. Obviously, I think it's great. Well, we did draw a doozy. Drawing it on turn 2 would have been more frustrating. I would have been able to cast it. But I can live with this. Reaper's Talisman, not really a bomb either. I mean, I think you're mixing up, like, really good card, bomb a little bit here. A card being, like, really good doesn't make it a bomb. It has to have a powerful game-shifting effect. And the Talisman, while it's good, it takes some effort and some time to do the thing. How do I want to deal with this? I have so many options. So, I guess the bouncer is maybe the best option. I'd also just trade with it, but I don't really want to. Yeah, let's play the bouncer here. After 2. Good tempo. Okay, well. It's pretty funny we drew our other mountain, by the way, after all the talk about. I'm gonna draw a school, right? Arctic Queen is pretty high up on the list of all-time books. Because basically the only way you beat her is super. And those were rare enough and limited that, you know. I mean, I could play Sleep with the Fishes here, but it's such low value to do that I think we just don't. quite great either. It is better though. You definitely need to keep the outlaw. Maybe just make this appear. It does give us a turn 2 thing to do. Maybe it's murder. It's probably murder. Getting double black seems wishful thinking. We have a couple of outlaws, so this turn we're going to make this appear something if we get to, and if we don't, we outlaw. Okay. Definitely get a slam. So we can take that tainted and elements at the end of their turn if they don't do anything this time. They do something and it's something we want to counter, so we don't need a shield counter creature out there. Now we just play the outlaws. Get that out of the line. Plan is good draw here because now I can just play the bouncer. Thank God this bouncer actually bounces things. It's frustrating when a creature has bounce in its name and it doesn't bounce. Spencer is back. Kind of tainted indulgence here before we do anything else. Probably end up swinging out if I can draw something to kill Spencer. Probably pretty happy. What do you got? That land is pretty valuable. I think we actually discarded an outlaw. Just swing out. At 13. That can't be likely, which is obnoxious. It does give them a bunch of information, but there are definitely situations where we could have been the other that but use. There's not a feature that fair enough. tap, so is there something we'd rather have tap? I mean,
Hey, Dad.
Hello?
Hey, I'm finally feeling better today. Not 100% yet.
Good. Are we doing audio or?
FaceTime audio, yeah. Is that fine? Hello? You weren't on speaker, maybe that's what. Hello?
What's that?
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's up? I called you a couple of times this week.
Yeah, I've been for the last couple of days. I'm feeling really shitty.
You been what?
Feeling really bad. Like I was
Hello?
sick. Hello?
You were sick?
Yeah. Well, I think. Well, I'm not 100% yet, but today's the first day I'm feeling a bit better.
What were your symptoms? What did you have?
Just, I don't know. I didn't go to the doctor. If it would have stayed a little bit longer, I would have gone. But I was just nauseous, tired, achy.
Uh-huh. Maybe you had some COVID.
Maybe. Yeah.
Do you have temperature?
I mean, I was a little hot, but I didn't check it, and I don't think so.
Uh-huh. Have you been eating at all?
A little bit, not that much. My appetite's been kind of bad with that.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, you sound pretty weak.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not 100% yet, but I feel a bit better today, so I want to call you and stuff and figure I didn't even like cross my mind that I need something for me.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, I'm meeting for someone for coffee in a few minutes, but yeah. So did you make it? When did you fly down? You went back down on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So did you get over it? And we spoke on Monday or
I
something.
started feeling bad, like probably I think Tuesday morning, Monday night.
Just hanging out for the last 4 days, I guess.
Oh yeah, I've been sleeping. I've been not doing too hot. And today I feel a bit better today. Yeah, not 100%, but
you gotta get out and get some food. Go to a diner and have a meal or something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Go out and grab a burger or whatever. Get out. Some juice, drink. Have you been drinking liquids?
Yeah, that I've been doing a decent job with.
Okay. Well, go on and get some food.
Okay. What time were you having yours with the Rosensfeld's dad?
No, just some guy who has a desk here at this place.
At the office?
Yeah. Meeting him in a few minutes.
Serendipity Labs or whatever?
Yep, Serendipity Labs, yep. And then tonight, Roger's coming over, from Arizona.
From Australia.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Arizona.
Arizona, yeah. He's here I guess he's in New York for around 3 weeks or 4 weeks, staying at his apartment. That's not rented right now, so, yeah. So
it's kind of nice to live in Arizona, have an apartment that's in New York and you rent it out. No, but I mean, yeah, just in general having it.
Yeah. So I get to see him, and we have a few other people coming over. And then tomorrow morning, Special wants to get a car. It's up in Pittsburgh.
He sold the last one, the Mustang?
He sold the last one, yes.
Like twice, he sold 2 of them, right?
No, just one.
Just one, okay, so he just flipped it, basically.
Well, he had it for a while.
Probably long in the short term, but in the grand scheme of things, probably not that long.
Right. Maybe 5 months, 6 months.
Yeah, for having a car, that's not that long, I feel. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Take a look at that. And, what else is new? Have the house rented a few times. And I'm having work done on the house upstate. Unfortunately, I have to spend a fair amount of money on that.
Well, at least hopefully. Are you still even in the positive with the what do you call it, with the renters and paying those costs?
Those costs, yeah.
What do you mean? So,
Yeah, well, not.
Well, obviously it doesn't like satisfy like a 4-family
I mean,
household.
last year we had quite a bit. This year it's been very much less interest.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah. So, listen, I gotta run here.
Okay. You maybe call me back after when you get a chance?
Yeah, go get something to eat.
Okay.
Go and get something to eat, okay?
Okay.
Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Alright, love you. Alright, please call me when you're done and have a second. Alright, love you.
Play something that immediately does the thing. Yeah, being able to play this and actually have a blocker next turn, I think is better. But I think we actually just play another outlaw here. We already have a land in the graveyard, so I think we bottom that. And end our turn.
Hello?
Sorry, the guy's tied up, so I figured I'd call you back.
For how long?
Yeah, I don't know, for a few minutes he's on a call, so
okay.
I figured I'd just call you right back. Yeah, so, did you send a note to Lynn, or you're just gonna go over there?
Yeah, I started filling out the application process. I sent it to Pam to fill out, and I gotta do Wisniewski.
Oh, yeah.
And so did LaGuardia contact you at all?
What's that?
Did LaGuardia contact you at all?
LaGuardia?
For the...
Oh, no.
Did you even check in? It's probably pointless, whatever.
They haven't. I'll send them.
I mean, yeah, no, it's... You can't get a phone number whatever. It's fine, I've come to terms with it. I mean, it freaking really sucks. But at least it's kind of replaceable.
Yeah.
Just freaking... Oh my god. I'm gonna be like, I always stress myself out. I'm like, oh, you're missing something. I always have that feeling or something. And then, but usually I don't, I'm not actually missing something. I just get anxious,
Yeah.
Because things like this happen, and I'm just gonna... There's like a balance between, being present and accounting for everything, but then if you do it too much, there's like a sweet spot where then if you worry about it too much, it destroys you.
Yeah, I mean, just gotta move forward.
No, or I mean just in general with like keeping track of your stuff, or like making sure if you have everything, or being anxious whether you left something behind, etc.
Oh, I see, right. Yeah, let me see what this email is.
Because I
sent them the email.
Like, because I was sitting up on the second flight of stairs or whatever, after maybe, 5 or 10 minutes I went to the bathroom, like, oh my god, like, and I just had this panic over me as to where the hell my bag was. I was like, aren't I missing something? Then I was like, wait, what am I missing? And then...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't...
I think that's the first time I actually ever lost, like, major luggage in an airport.
Yeah.
It was funny, that was the one day when JetBlue was being very strict about, the carry-on policy, about, like, charging people and stuff, so I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, I saved that $40 at least.
Yeah. Let me see if I have anything. I don't think I have anything to check.
Yeah, it's probably a figment of my imagination. Or just,
I'll check.
It's just a hope. It's very unlikely. You both know that.
Well, it doesn't hurt for me to look.
That's like a pretty distinct bag too. Even the bag I liked, it was one of my initials. I think you got that for me or something.
Yeah.
Like I really liked that because you can't really misplace that. Either it was misplaced and turned into the wrong area, or someone like you did that on purpose, because you can't really do that by mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, I'm looking. No, man, sorry.
It's okay, obviously. You have nothing to do with it. It's my stupidity.
Well, these things happen.
Even you doing this is nice.
Well, it's no big deal. I mean, but yeah, I don't see it. Nothing. Nothing, honey.
This part of me feels like if I would have stayed, they would have like turned. I would have gotten a notification, and now it's been like several days. There, it's kind of lost translation for lack of better. Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
Except try to be more alert next time and don't such an idiot.
Yeah. You gotta keep your eye on your stuff.
Yeah. And I'm usually pretty damn good at it, but yeah, it's not enough.
But these things happen. You know, don't beat yourself up. It's a good thing it wasn't.
Yeah, no, and like at least what I did lose, even though it was kind of valuable, a low sentimental value, it's still like technically replaceable. It's not like a journal or like a computer or something that has like photos and stuff.
Right. Yep. Alright, so what's on tap? Well, today maybe you can go over to, feeling a little bit better, go over to Lynn.
Yeah.
Try to get that thing.
Okay.
You know, your package.
Yeah. So I can send that over to whatever.
Yeah. Yep. Because time is moving on here.
Yeah.
And no one's doing it but you, so just go and do it. No reason to wait.
Yeah. I'm just feeling. I'm feeling better, but I'm still feeling like.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then wait till you're feeling better.
Yeah. I'll try. I might be able to.
Or at least call. You know, maybe try to call and.
Yeah, maybe set up a meeting
make an appointment to come in next
for Monday or something.
Yeah, exactly. That would be a good thing to do. Yep.
Where's are you at the house?
No, I'm at the office.
Oh. Do you know if Mom? She's probably working, right?
Yeah. Call her.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, send her a text. I think she called you the other day, but left a message.
Yeah, again, my phone's been like off and dead, and I've just been sleeping.
Well, go get something to go. Just run around somewhere close to the neighborhood, get some orange juice, and go get breakfast or something, or lunch. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Alright, I guess I'll call Mom.
Yeah, okay. Alright, Jess.
Alright,
Talk
love
to you
you.
later. Okay.
I appreciate it. Love you. I'm sorry.
Okay, man. For what? What are you sorry for?
I don't know.
Don't be sorry. Thanks for calling. Good.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Alright, bye.
So regulator comes down. Uh-oh. Yeah, they got us. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of the decks, Skyline Savior can be insane. Like in the blue-white deck, when you do have regulators and stuff. So good. We passed a couple of those today, and I still don't think it's like amazing, but if your deck has the right makeup, like, you know, inspiring overseers, regulators, and stuff like that, it gets pretty spicy.
If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame, you'll need to find a go if you're choosing. There are 4 more demi. Nicola of the Halig, his twin, Maleni, Luna Prince, and Rani saw here. If you should learn it, I'll trade you. We both did as such.
Well, at the Draw Swamp are kind of in business, but I don't think we can lean on that happening. Right, this hand is much better. We put back an island. The only awkward thing about doing that is casting this will become harder, but hopefully we'll find another island or swamp. No, it has to be an island. I think we do play the Lackey on turn 1. Yeah, we want to play Lackey turn 1 and then probably leave up Make Disappear turn 2. It's always rough when you mulligan and you get hit with,
No. Oh, don't pay me, just lay out your...
Greetings. Are you here for Spirit?
a corrupt court official. I think we're going to lose the theater. Gets us red, but...
Didn't we? I must apologize. I'm afraid of that. Please, I said don't hurt. Could you? What have I ever done?
No. What are you? That's the last straw, you bloody thief. How dare
didn't. I'm afraid of it. Please, it is me. I said don't hurt me. Ah! Could you? What have I done? I've learned. I've sliced the fillets. Do not stain the immaculate.
Right. So you will find the note here, the gargoyle with the scroll, and the first one of the runes we have to click is right beside it, pretty self-explanatory. Now for the second one, we open the little map and we see it's in the northwest of the tower. This is really, really easy to find. Go northwest, just summon Torrent, go in a straight line. We can already see it in the distance and glowing like a rave party. Whenever you approach one of these little gremlins will appear. They're like phantoms, you know you're going the right way. Activate this and now we're 2 out of 3. Good idea is to return to the starting point so we don't get lost. So I'm taking you back to the scroll. We're gonna open our map, and the last one, the third one, is the tricky one. So it is not visible from a distance, although the way it's glowing it should be. You have to go towards the grace by the bridge, as you see there. You have to climb the little hill beside the grace, and although it's nowhere to be found, there is actually a rock here. You break this rock by the ledge, you click, and you break the shield. Now I'm going to show you the loot as well. It was a bit annoying, but nothing hard. This is the only way to get the unseen play illusion spell. Go back to the tower, you climb up, and you loot the place as usual. There's a place to be looted. You can bet on darkness to be there, stealing their stuff. So I'm gonna leave you here with the commentary, guys. Sounds like I share you all the useful about everything in Elden Ring. Until next time, be well, stay frosty, no infection. Or Elden Ring. Until next time. Well, stay frosty. So as you ate, now I'm gonna show you the loot as well, or to be fast by the bridge. Is not visible from a distance, although we're gonna open our map, and the last one, the third one, is the tricky one. So it is not visible from a distance, although 2 out of 3. Good idea is to return to the starting point so we don't get lost. So I'm taking you back to the scroll. We're gonna open our map. The third one is the tricky one. So it is not visible from a distance, although the way it's glowing it should be. We have to go towards the grace by the bridge, as you see there. We have to climb the little hill beside the grace, and although it's nowhere to be found, there is actually a rock here. You break this rock, by the ledge, you click, and you break the shield. Now I'm gonna show you the loot as well. It was a bit annoying, but nothing too hard. This is the only way to get the unseen blade.
Hello everybody, in this video we will do the Mirage Riddle item. First of all, let's spawn on Barrow of Bounty, Site of Grace.
Regulator comes down. Yeah, they got us. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of the decks that like Vader can be insane. Like in the blue-white deck, you do have regulators and stuff. We passed a couple of those today, and I still don't think it's like amazing, but if your deck has the right makeup, Inspired Overseer, Regulator, stuff like that, it gets pretty spicy. Well, have to mulligan this, I think. I mean, if we draw a swamp, we're kind of in business, but I don't think we can lean on that happening. Like, this hand is much better. We put back an island. The only awkward thing about doing that is casting this will become harder, but hopefully we'll find another island or... No, it has to be an island. I think we can play the Lackey on turn 1. I'm gonna play Black turn 1 and probably leave up his disappear turn 2. It's always rough when you mulligan and you get hit with the rough artificial. I think we're gonna lose the theater. Gets us red, but so does that. I think we block. They try to use. Let's use Glamorous Outlaw here. I wish I knew which land I'm more likely to. I mean, I guess I do know, and the answer is islands are slightly more likely. Maybe we should have done that. Right, I think we played to lose here. Yeah. And this card make disappear. right now there's not a window where we'll play it, so. We're in trouble, though. Luckily, they don't get to hit anything in our hand. Downside is they know exactly what's happening. Now they don't, though. I think I just attack with both of these. Yeah. Must be able to get it back, I guess. I'll leave a mana for the bouncer and just play this initiate. They know the bouncer's coming at some point. But it's not that easy to play around. Like, what are they going to do? Not play things? So... yeah, I think we just pass. Leave up the bouncer. I mean, they can play cards that have ETB abilities, but bouncing the Larcenist is like our worst case scenario, and that sounds pretty good to me. I think that's fine if that's what they have, you know. I've got a green light here. For now. Okay. Draw. Obviously they can connive well enough here that attacking with the doozy is probably not worth it. Runes is good. Obscure Storefront is not. Do you think they have like graffiti? According to graffiti level thing. I think that's encouraging. I haven't actually ever read it. I haven't done it. Man, 5 mana up. We're gonna blitz this. This may give them a window where the Larcenist hits something if what I draw is something the Larcenist can interact with. So I think we attack with all 3 of these. Again, they have to connive and give up a real card. Unless they have, you know, a trick or whatever. Which they might, but I still think it's worth it. And they could give this, make this a 4/4 flyer, and it'll actually be much bigger than a 4/4 flyer. Rumbling with these two doesn't make much sense here, I don't think. Are they just going to take 10? That would be wild. Especially token. Yeah, I like Blitz, especially when I blitz a Girder Goon. So, taking away 1 power and everything on this is probably worth doing. I mean, we do have to sort of hope they don't have a sweeper, like, to populate, but I guess if they do, I at least get to draw a card. So, well, let's go for it. Oh, there's another make disappear that this could actually hit. We did have that window. They have their own to lose. Max Street Cruiser. So I kind of feel like we just swing out here. Yeah. Got Make Disappear as backup if they do something crazy, so... We can counter most things with Make Disappear here. Probably cast Make Disappear. Like, my guess is here they're going to try to kill one of the unblocked creatures. Maybe not. Feels like they have a plan here. What we'll do is cast Make Disappear. We don't even have to casualties. There's not another mana lying around somewhere. 5 wins, that's the break-even point. Good. Better. Not drafting against people you're going to play against necessarily does change pick, but not as much as you would think. As I've said in videos on my YouTube channel and stuff, hate drafting is not nearly as useful as it seems. You should do it sometimes, though. Whereas on Arena, you should never do it. Alright, I think we can keep this. Yeah, I think we can keep this. The 2 make disappears, make it passable. We are going to get a swap with this because we have the outlaw. See you later, Mass Coyote. Yeah, we're gonna swim. Newsy. Right. What I like here is that I know I have an extra island, so my outlaw can do its thing. I know what to do with it on. If we do it. We may make disappear something, and I think we probably do, yeah. They're already up to 3 mana values in their graveyard. I mean, I guess we're already at 2. I think we just pass again because we have the fail case of doing the Outlaw's ability so we can play our Diabolist. So I think that's better than just playing like the Initiate here. Oh! So make disappear doesn't do anything here. I do think we do this in response. Because if they take away our red mana, they can blank 2 other cards in our hand, so. Now they can only get rid of 1 of our really good red cards in our hand, so I can live with that. It's probably the Diabolist if I'm them. Probably. Yeah. They're up to 3 mana values. It does always suck when they know you have make disappear, but we've seen it work out okay today, so when they've known. Oh, okay. That bandit can't come down this turn anyway. Yeah, so I think we play Toulouse here. 4th land. How many mana values are we looking at? Got 3. We've already got 0 covered. Do I discard get rid of make disappear because I know they can play around it? I think we get rid of the Initiate. Gets us closer to the mana values we need. No, it doesn't. Because it goes think if we can, leaving up make disappear when you know they might play Mask Bandit, it would probably work. Okay. I think we attack here. Do we get the 2 for 1? Yes. So we get our initiate back. And this means we can play the initiate and leave up mana for make disappear, which is pretty good. Can you get back? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to live with this. Because, well, I guess I can kill whenever they get back with my honor professional, but nah, we're gonna counter that. Let them play the bandit. No. We're gonna play Infiltrator. Gonna attack. Likely fade. We need to draw a murder now. I think we take them both. We may have other things we need to remove. Now. Kill something, yes we are. Alright, we're gonna get there now. See what we're on top of the library. Now we got you can kill them next turn with this reward. In number 6. Alright. We got one more game left. One way or another. Thank you for the follow, Seidler. That is neat. 14 and 5. It's a pretty good day. Especially when there's a 1-3 next to it. If you have a 7 and 0, it doesn't work for you. Because usually, even when you do well, you lose some. So. Even when you do well. I haven't gotten any alchemy rares yet. No, we've had a couple of uncommons. One of them is in this deck, the bounce creature. Ooh, okay. Got a lackey. It's a little bit sketchy, but I think it's keepable. Yeah. Grab an island with this. We have a couple draw steps to hit a 3rd land, so. And if we can hit a 3rd land, we get to play Toulouse. said, it's a little sketchy. A little bit of trouble here. Oh boy, okay. This hand wasn't a great keep, but I think it was a passable one. If we ever get our mana, we'll be in business. Hey, look at that. Okay. Unfortunately, that isn't mana that lets us play to lose. Most mana would have, but that doesn't. However, we can play a Midnight Assassin, which is pretty good. And end our turn. This can attack now because they have 2 cards of counters on them. Oh no. The tempo. So what do they hit us for here? Like 8? I'm gonna block the Wing Shield Agent. Yeah. Gets rid of a counter too, so this may not be able to attack us next turn. Here's hoping. Okay. So, we've got Murder. This time we can't get our islands, unfortunately. If I'd used it, I should have... The right move was to use the Outlaw on the swamp anyway. Probably, because we knew we were going to need double blue for like half the cards in our hand, so... Yeah. So I think we murder Echo Inspector here. And hope that works. It does not. Okay, so 3, 5, 7 to our face. Luckily the Bruiser can't attack. Well, yep, I made a bad decision with our mana. We have 3 different cards that needed double blue in this deck, basically, and I used Glamorous Outlaw on our one island instead of on a swamp. Don't do it, kids. Don't do it that way. I think we're pretty much dead. Maybe we have a tiny chance. If they counter that, it's over. Even if they don't counter that, it might be. A chance. Let's hope they don't find another regulator in a land. Which is pretty likely they find it.
Hey everyone, Sweet Johnny Cage here, back with another guide for Elden Ring. This time I'm going to show you how to find and defeat the secret set of bosses, the Abductor Virgins. So I've broken this video up into 2 parts, so just check the timestamps in the description in case you're just here for a strategy for the boss. But first, I'm going to show you how to find the boss and all the information that leads up to it, and then I'll show you the actual boss strategy. So if you just want the strategy, just feel free to skip to it. The first part of this is for folks that want to know how you're supposed to know where to find this boss in the first place. So without further ado, let's get started. In Liurnia of the Lakes, you'll eventually want to find the Scenic Isle site of Grace, and there you will find Patches the Untethered. However, he will not appear here, I don't think, unless you found him in the Murkwater Cave back in Limgrave. So if he's not here, just walk up the river where you fight Bloody-Fingered Nereus and look for a cave along a side wall, and you'll find Patches there. Fight him, let him live, and then you'll start his quest. Once you talk to him, you want to select the talk option from his dialogue menu, and then he will tell you the story that he heard of how to get closer to the Erd Tree via a shortcut. Listening to patches is not required. Once you have this knowledge yourself, you can just go do it. Patches is not a requirement for this, but I figured I would include it just in case folks are wondering how anyone could have figured this out. Patches is the one who told me. So there you go. So you want to continue your adventure until you reach the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, and then maybe 15% of the way through that area, you will see the giant water wheel in question. You can get onto it once you get near the schoolhouse classroom side of Grace, so feel free to activate that and then backtrack to the water wheel. This way you can come back at any time. And then you just want to jump on the water wheel and take it all the way down. At the bottom of this area, you will need to jump down, but you'll land safely. But there is an abductor virgin in this area, and this is the one that Patches is talking about. What I recommend doing is running around, collecting all the treasures, and then you want to deliberately die to this abductor virgin, but you need to die to it by getting caught in its arms. I don't think just dying to like the mechanical parts of it will count. I do think you need to be abducted by it. So, once you do that, you'll be transported to Volcano Manor, and then you just adventure through the cave there, and eventually you will stumble upon the abductor virgin's boss fight. For this boss fight in particular, I do recommend using a rune arc, because you're going to want as much health and stamina as humanly possible for you throughout this fight. This is a 2v1. The first abductor virgin has the wheels, and then the other one has swinging sickles. In my opinion, it is easier to take down the one with the wheels first, because it is the most mobile and can chase you down really fast. But you always need to keep an ear out for the sickle one, because when it locks its hands, it's going to throw a sickle at you. So what you want to do is when you hear its hands lock, wait like half a second, maybe 1 second, and then roll to the side. If it's to your right, you want to roll forward or backwards. If it's to your left or right, or if it's in front of you, you want to roll left or right. That's the general strategy for the 2v1 part of this. I really do not recommend trying to kill the sickle one first, because the wheel one is always going to be chasing you down. So as you saw there, the sickle one threw its sickle and I rolled to the side and I didn't get hit. But the sickle can hit you when the abductor virgin is pulling it back. So you have to be very, very careful. The back of the blade has teeth as well. The other thing that I really want to call out for this fight is the arena itself. You'll see that there are cages all around, and I'm currently getting stuck on them. There's really not much that can be done about that. I'm thinking maybe you're supposed to jump on top of them and then possibly deal damage to the heads. Maybe that's a strategy. I didn't actually think of that until just now. I kind of don't think it is, but it is possible. In any event, you really just want to keep your distance from the sickle one and then keep baiting the wheel virgin to come after you. When you see its hands come out, it is basically going to try to chase you down, and then you want to just go for it. You don't have to wait for the arms to be exposed to deal damage, but it is one. Listening to Patches is the one who told me. So there you go. So you want to continue your adventure until you reach the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, and then maybe 15% of the way through that area, you will see the giant water wheel in question. You can get onto it once you get near the schoolhouse classroom side of Grace, so feel free to activate that and then backtrack to the water wheel. This way you can come back at any time. And then you just want to jump on the water wheel and take it all the way down. At the bottom of this area, you will need to jump down, but you'll land safely. But there is an abductor virgin in this area, and this is the one that Patches is talking about. What I recommend doing is running around, collecting all the treasures, and then you want to deliberately die to this abductor virgin, but you need to die to it by getting caught in its arms. I don't think just dying to mechanical parts of it will count as this abductor virgin in this area. And then you just want to jump on the water wheel and take it all the way down. Grace, so feel free to activate that and then back. You can get onto it once you get near the schoolhouse classroom side of Grace, so feel free to activate that and then backtrack to the water wheel. This way you can come back at any time. And then you just want to jump on the water wheel and take it all the way down. At the bottom of this area, you need to jump down, but you'll land safely. But there is an abductor virgin in this area, and this is the one that Patches is talking about. What I recommend doing is running around, collecting all the treasures, and then you want to deliberately die to this abductor virgin, but you need to die to it by getting caught in its arms. I don't think just dying to mechanical parts of it will count. I do think you need to be abducted by it. So, once you do that, you'll be transported to Volcano Manor, and then you just adventure through the cave there, and eventually you will stumble upon the abductor virgin boss fight. For this boss fight in particular, I do recommend using a party. You're going to want as much health and stamina as humanly possible for you throughout this fight. This is a 2v1. The first abductor virgin has wheels, and then the other one has swinging sickles. In my opinion, it is easier to take down the one with the wheels first because it is the most mobile and can chase you down really fast. But you always need to keep an ear out for the sickle one because when it locks its hands, it's going to throw its sickle at you. So what you want to do is when you hear its hands locked, wait like half a second, maybe 1 second, and then roll to the side. If it's to your right, you can roll forward or backwards. If it's to your left or right, you want to, or in front of you, you want to roll left or right. That's the general strategy for the 2v1 part of this. I really do not recommend trying to kill the sickle one first, because the wheel one is always going to be chasing you down. So as you saw there, the sickle one threw its sickle, I rolled to the side and I didn't get hit. But the sickle can hit you when abductor virgin is pulling it back. So you have to be very, very careful. The back of the blade has teeth as well. The other thing that I really want to call out for this fight is the arena itself. You'll see that there are cages all around, and I'm currently getting stuck on them. There's really not much that can be done about that. I'm thinking maybe you're supposed to jump on top of them and then possibly deal damage to the heads. Maybe that's a strategy. I didn't actually think of that until just now. I kind of don't think it is, but it is possible. In any event, you really just want to keep your distance from the sickle one and then keep baiting the wheel virgin to come after you. When you see its hands come out, it is basically going to try to chase you down, and then you want to just go for it. You don't have to wait for the arms to be exposed to deal damage, but when those arms are exposed, you will deal damage. Listening to Patches is not required. Once you have this knowledge yourself, go do it. Patches is not a requirement for this, but I figured I would include it just in case folks are wondering how anyone could have figured this out. Patches is the one who told me. So there you go. So you want to continue your adventure until you reach the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, and then maybe 15% of the way through that area, you will see the giant water wheel in question. You can get onto it once you get near the schoolhouse classroom side of Grace, so feel free to activate that and then backtrack to the water wheel. This way you can come back at any time. And then you just want to jump on the water wheel and take it all the way down. At the bottom of this area, you will need to jump down, but you'll land safely. But there is an abductor. And then you just want to jump on the water wheel and take it all the way down. At the bottom of this area, you will need to jump down, but you'll land safely. But there is an abductor virgin in this area, and this is the one that Patches is talking about. What I recommend doing is running around, collecting all the treasures, and then you want to deliberately die to this abductor virgin, but you need to die to it by getting caught in its arms. I don't think just dying to like the mechanical parts of it will count. I do think you need to be abducted by it. So, once you do that, you'll be transported to Volcano Manor, and then you just adventure through the cave there, and eventually you will stumble upon the abductor virgin's boss fight. For this boss fight in particular, I do recommend using a rune arc because you are going to want as much health and stamina as humanly possible for you throughout this fight. This is a 2v1. The first abductor virgin has the wheels, and then the other one has the swinging sickles. In my opinion, it is easier to take down the one with the wheels first because it is the most mobile and can chase you down really fast. But you always need to keep an ear out for the sickle one because when it locks its hands, it's going to throw a sickle at you. So what you want to do is when you hear its hands lock, wait like half a second, maybe 1 second, and then roll to the side. If it's to your right, you want to roll forward or backwards. If it's to your left or right, or if it's in front of you, you want to roll left or right. That's the general strategy for the 2v1 part of this. I really do not recommend trying to kill the sickle one first because the wheel one is always going to be chasing you down. So as you saw there, the sickle one threw its sickle and I rolled to the side and I didn't get hit. But the sickle can hit you when the abductor virgin is pulling it back. So you have to be very, very careful. The back of the blade has teeth as well. The other thing that I really want to call out for this fight is the arena itself. You'll see that there are cages all around, and I'm currently getting stuck on them. There's really not much that can be done about that. I'm thinking maybe you're supposed to jump on top of them and then possibly deal damage to the heads. Maybe that's a strategy. I didn't actually think of that until just now. I kind of don't think it is, but it is possible. In any event, you really just want to keep your distance from the sickle one and then keep baiting the wheel virgin to come after you. When you see its hands come out, it is basically going to try to chase you down, and then you want to just go for it. You don't have to wait for the arms to be exposed to deal damage, but when those arms are exposed, you will deal a lot more damage than if they were locked up. Just abductor virgin, but you need to die to it by getting caught in its arms. I don't think just dying to like the mechanical parts of it will count. I do think you need to be abducted by it. So, once you do that, you'll be transported to Volcano Manor, and then you just adventure through the cave there, and eventually you will stumble upon the abductor virgin's boss fight. For this boss fight in particular, I do recommend using a rune arc because you are going to want as much health and stamina as humanly possible for you throughout this fight. This is a 2v1. The first abductor virgin has the wheels, and then the other one has swinging sickles. In my opinion, it is easier to take down the one with the wheels first because it is the most mobile and can chase you down really fast. But you always need to keep an ear out for the sickle one because when it locks its hands, it's going to throw a sickle at you. So what you want to do is when you hear its hands lock, wait like half a second, maybe 1 second, and then roll to the side. If it's to your right, you want to roll forward or backwards. If it's to your left or right, or if it's in front of you, you want to roll left or right. That's the general strategy for the 2v1 part of this. I really do not recommend trying to kill the sickle one first because the wheel one is always going to be chasing you down. So you saw there, the sickle one threw its sickle and I rolled to the side and I didn't get hit. But the sickle can hit you when the abductor virgin is pulling it back. So you have to be very, very careful. The back of the blade has teeth as well. The other thing that I really want to call out for this fight is the arena itself. You'll see that there are cages all around, and I'm currently getting stuck on them. There's really not much that can be done about that. I'm thinking maybe you're supposed to jump on top of them and then possibly deal damage to the heads. Maybe that's a strategy. I didn't actually think of that until just now. I kind of don't think it is, but it is possible. In any event, you really just want to keep your distance from the sickle one and then keep baiting the wheel virgin to come after you. When you see its hands come out, it is basically going to try to chase you down, and then you want to just go for it. You don't have to wait for the arms to be exposed to deal damage, but when those arms are exposed, you will deal a lot more damage than if they were locked up. So just keep that in mind. You can attack it both times. I do want to mention that the sickle virgin right now is doing the swinging move. While it is doing that, believe it or not, you can actually just stand in front of it. And as long as it's not moving around, like as long as the wheels on it are not moving back and forth, it's not moving around the room, you are completely safe while it is swinging its sickles around itself. So I'll employ that strategy once we get that one on its own. At this point, I'm just trying to play it a little bit safe because I only have 3 flasks left, and I did use my Wondrous Flask shield, which is a bit of a bummer. So at this point, I'm really just trying to keep an eye out for the sickle virgin, and luckily I was able to finally get the wheel one down. So here it's going to start swinging its sickles. When it's only doing it with one hand, you cannot stand near it. You do have to back away. But here we go. It's going to start moving its sickles, and then as you see, I'm able to just follow it. I don't even have to roll when it's close by, and then I can just start attacking it. So this one stands still more. That's why I recommend taking out the wheel one first. And then if this one is standing still, you absolutely can just walk up to it and go for it. However, you do need to be a little bit careful because of the teeth on the back sides of those blades. But really, once it's a 1v1 fight, it's super easy. For your troubles, you get the Inquisitor's Girandol, and then you also get a shortcut to a new area. And that's it. That's the whole secret. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave a comment. My best to help you out. If you're looking for more guides for Elden Ring, please subscribe to the channel so you get alerted when new guides go live. If you're interested in supporting the channel monetarily, please consider becoming a channel member by clicking the blue join button below this video. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter and join my Discord. The links for those are in the description below. As always, I'll be Johnny Cage. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Nobody likes dying in a video game, but there are moments where it's actually preferable to the alternative. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 video game fates worse than dying. Starting out at number 10, missing out on some awesome or essential weapon that you can never get again. There's few things more annoying in games than finding out after the fact you missed a really important or cool weapon and there's no way to go back to get it. Some games try to account for this by making it so lost items show up elsewhere, but that's kind of more the exception than the rule. Like with Mass Effect 3, where you can miss out on these 2 special weapons if you don't pick them up during a mission. Most weapons you can buy, but at least with these 2, if you don't pick them up, you are out of luck. Morrowind's a game that's particularly rough about this, though. There's a really good shield and sword you can miss out on if you get vampirism and end up curing it. To get the Elden brand of the Spellbreaker shield, you have to be a vampire. But once you're cured of it, it's impossible to get infected a second time, so that's it. You can't get those. There's also a little bit more obscure of an example we have for you in the form of some weapon upgrades in La Milana 2. They're connected to puzzles, and if you don't solve them right the first time, these essential weapons upgrades are just gone. You got one chance, so yeah. In most cases, this kind of permanently missable thing isn't required to finish the game, but it can really suck to find out about it when it's too late, because not even dying can get you back to it. At number 9 is getting caught in a stealth game. If you play enough games with stealth mechanics, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The modern stealth games often makes screwing up just as fun as sneaking and doing it properly, but for more hardcore games in the genre, it can sometimes feel like it would be better if you just got killed after getting caught, rather than being forced to hide. Like, for some games, it just takes way too long to lose your pursuers, and most of the time, that's just spent waiting, like, until the alarm level goes back to normal, and then you can actually continue with the actual game. In stuff like the Metal Gear Solid series, it's often just faster to just die, rather than going through the laborious process of escaping, waiting for the alert to go down, waiting for evasion mode to go down, and finally getting back to actually sneaking. Like, just run up and let the guards kill you if you get caught. It's way faster than hiding in some tall grass for 10 minutes. Stealth games aren't the only ones with this problem. Like, any open world game with a wanted meter has you, like, begging for death when you're at minute 15 of trying to escape a 4-star wanted level and you can't find a way to get out. Some of the older Grand Theft Auto games were really annoying about putting you in this kind of situation, but it still happens in modern games too, like Watch Dogs Legion, where I just couldn't get away from the cops for what felt like 20 minutes. In a situation like that, it's probably better to just die and try again. And sometimes trying to avoid death in these games is a lot more frustrating than just accepting it. And number 8, getting stuck in an unwinnable situation. This is another one of those things old school people will probably remember more than happens quite often nowadays, but it still pops up from time to time. I'm talking about any time you get stuck in a part of a game with basically nothing you can do but like fall. You're stuck, loading a save even puts you all the way back to the start of the level, or the game, or whatever. It's just simply impossible. A lot of old school RPGs have situations like this. Like, they throw a boss at you, take over these puzzles, and it's in a dungeon where you can't escape from. The first Dark Souls game was they're one of the toughest bosses in the entire series. When you get to them, you're stuck. You can't leave the area they're in at all. So if you're missing a certain weapon or want to try to pick on a different boss, no, you're not doing that till these 2 clowns are dead. It doesn't even need to be as elaborate as that either. Any game with quick saves lets you easily put yourself in an unwinnable state just by hitting the save button from time. Maybe you hit it right as an enemy attacks, or even in the middle of your death animation, and you're stuck, but you made other saves. Using the save state function on things like NES Classic or Switch Online, it just as easily gets you stuck as it can be. And all it takes is 1 minute time to save any progress made in the game. And number 7, getting a bad ending instead of just dying and trying again. Some games really go out of their way to make some dumb choices. In most cases, it doesn't matter that much if you do something wrong. You need to reload your save and try again. But a few games out there really want to rub it in your face and wrong. Like a Dead Rising, where you run out of time and don't complete certain main story objectives, you fail the entire thing, and you're basically forced to wait till the end of the game before you can try it again. If you make the wrong choice in either Far Cry 4 or Killed that you win, the game immediately cuts to black and you get no ending at all. If you want to see the actual end of the game, you gotta have a backup save file because you're out of luck at that point. Not rescuing enough of your Budokan allies in Oddworld Caves Odyssey to get you a bad ending, and unless you knew how many you're supposed to rescue ahead of time, you never realized the game expected you to rescue that many guys. Sometimes a bad ending can be worthwhile to see and kind of interesting, but for these types of things, I'd rather the game just kill me and told me that I did it wrong. It'd save me some time at very least. And number 6, getting paralyzed in an RPG or any game that hits you with annoying status effects to take away control. Anyone who's played an old school RPG series like Final Fantasy knows exactly what this is. Getting killed in these games is annoying, but certain status effects are just a lot more nice. Like, there's nothing more annoying than losing control of your entire party because they got hit with status effects. Stuff like paralysis, or berserk, or sleep. They're all basically death, but more annoying because you're not dead. You just have to sit there and take whatever the enemies give you. You also can't forget confusion, where you lose both control of your party members and about half the time they attack other party members. Status effects aren't so bad when only one party member has to deal with it, but when everyone gets hit by one, it really sucks. You can't get past this one without mentioning frog. Frog is a status effect that turns you into a frog, present in a lot of Square RPGs. It's not quite the same because you still can attack, but your attacks are much weaker because you are a frog. You might as well just be in paralysis or sleep. And it's not just RPGs that do this kind of thing either. There's plenty of action games where certain enemy attacks control you die, or there's one game called Never Dead. I mean, this one really has an interesting way way of doing it. Like, enemies don't just hurt you, they make you explode into a bunch of things, and you have to time keep fighting. It's a weird concept that sounds like it might be cool, but it's actually really annoying to deal with in practice. Being forced to spend about half the game flopping around your head trying to find your body parts isn't actually fun. And number 5 is falling at the end of a long platforming section, because you just have to do it again. There's something really satisfying about getting high up in the game, especially when it's kind of challenging to pull it off. Almost any game with a platforming element will have some kind of vertical stage where you spend most of your time climbing up. And while it feels good to get to the top, it can really suck if you miss some crucial jump, fall all the way down, and have to do everything over again. It's especially annoying in games with decent checkpoint systems, where if you died, you'd start off nearby, but because you fell to the bottom, you have to redo the whole section. Like, there's too many games to count that have something like this. Basically, if there's some jumping in the game at all, you'll eventually run into this issue. It's always annoying, and even now it happens way too much. And number 4, losing your levels, and this is where games can start to get really nasty. Depending on the game, dying can either be a slap on the wrist or something pretty brutal. But one thing that's normally considered sacred is your experience level. Once you level up, all those improvements you earn and your stats, skills, all that, it should be yours permanently. Like, not even death will affect that, right? But some games, it's not enough. Probably most infamous example of this mention where the old king on boss moved to lower level when you got hit by it. Just right there in the middle of the boss. The original Dungeons & Dragons also had enemies that could drain your level, and in the old edition of the game, there's pretty much nothing to do about it, aside from begging you to be out of emergency. Players of the original version of EverQuest were still lucky. One of the penalties of dying was experience on top of losing all your equipment. So if you died in a particular place, that wasn't really uncommon for multi-level experience, just trying to escape your stuff back. And number 3 is getting literally trapped. Losing a level can be frustrating, forcing you to waste your time getting back your original stats. But it's easy to play games when you just flat out stuck, there's nothing you can really do. You died, you respawn, you continue when you're stuck, that's it. The game is over. This was so much of a problem in Sonic 3. The manual actually mentions that you can sometimes get stuck going to a doctor about a diabolical threat. Of course, they're not intentional traps of the game. Bugs or oversights where you get stuck, like that weird cylindrical platform that they don't explain to you because it's up and down. When I was a kid, we rented that game. The rentals lasted 2 days. I wasted both of those days on a platform. Mario Maker levels are riddled with these kinds of issues. Some people put it in on a game. It's just be funny, well, too many people have mistakes. Either way, it's sweet. For the most part, real game developers try to avoid this kind of thing happening once they can, but the assholes that be, and yes, that's Dirty Harry, did not know that, because it's just random room that if you're unfortunate enough to wandering, you can get stuck forever. Or we twist the knife, there's a young woman that says, ha ha ha, because they're trolls. And number 2, missing out on the real ending. You didn't know you were supposed to find weird things first. Getting a bad ending sucks, but it's not so bad when you did something identifiably wrong. With this point, we're talking about missing a good ending because there was some weird secret thing you couldn't have possibly known about beforehand that gives you the good ending. In most cases, it's not that bad to miss out on a specific ending. You can always go back and get it, and usually the only thing that changes is the ending itself, so not really missing out on much. Not so much with Persona 5 Royale, a game that a huge chunk of its new content is behind a single social link. And if you didn't make friends with this new character added to the enhanced version of the game, you miss out on the lion's share of the new content added to it. That means somebody could have played through the original version of Persona 5 for the 100 or so hours they beat the game, then start on Royale, and assume that most of the new content will be fairly fine when they go into the line. They don't want to be surprised, only to find the 70 or so hours in that you're actually going to make friends with one specific guy. And if you didn't, hopefully you made a save game, because you won't have enough time to make friends with, and that makes all the time spent replaying the game. There are plenty of games with true secret endings that are needlessly obscure to find, but for the most part it doesn't really matter. In this one, you're missing the entire final dungeon and the ending to the game, like a massive chunk of the game that's just easily missed if you weren't aware of it. And finally, Walking Dead situation. Now, it doesn't get much worse than this. For some games, unless you know exactly what to do right from the start, it's possible and even likely you'll put yourself in a situation where you are literally walking dead, as in you're already dead, you just don't know it. Old games used to do this sort of thing to be funny. There's countless examples of both text adventures and Sierra adventure games, like King's Quest or Space Quest, where if you didn't pick up some random item at the start of the game, you won't be able to win. Sometimes it happens almost immediately, and sometimes it takes hours before you get to the point where you need this random item. But either way, if you don't have it, you can't beat the game full stop. A more recent example of this kind of thing is in Pathologic, a game that can be made unwinnable for multiple reasons. Either you'll get sick with the means to cure yourself, or miss some critical item from an unmarked area that will continue. But what makes this the most cool fate of all of them is that you don't know you're dead. The game is basically a waste of time. You have no idea. And that's all for today. Let us know what you think. Like the video, like, not subscribe to the best way to see the person before the subscriptions. Subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, thanks for watching this video. I'm Falcon. Twitter, Hero. See you next time.
Essentially, I'm saying that I can think of games that do literally every part of God of War better than it does. But I can't think of another game that is this good in almost every area. Most games that have great stories have horrible gameplay. The opposite is usually true as well. Many games that put so much effort into looking this good have nothing else going for them. God of War, on the other hand, is at least good in every way that counts and may even be great in more categories than it isn't. That's a pretty big achievement, and it makes the game easy to recommend. But there's a big caveat that we can now before I can see the amount of attention that both gameplay and story received during God of War's development means that it can be negative for some players. In this way, it's lesser than the sum of its parts. If you don't like third-person action games with close melee combat, it's unlikely God of War will change your mind. Likewise, if you don't enjoy stories in video games and prefer mostly gameplay, there are long stretches of walking and climbing sections in God of War that have you doing nothing, scenes that require minor input from you on the screen, and many unseen cutscenes that mark the same video game as far as I'm concerned. I thoroughly enjoyed both of these sides of God of War, but I know some of you watching this game may not be for you because if you play over history and history God of War series, I think this one is worth on great love. Even if the gameplay is something Airboat review as an introduction. Spoiler warning. God of War is best or stop so my party course advice for not to play it all God of War. It's best played on hard or God of War joins the ranks of other games like Tomb Raider, Prey, Rise of Persia, and Doom. Games that require you to include the year they were released with the title so everyone knows which game you're talking about. Are they reboots or sequels? There's also a drop the numbering after the third one and put the subtitles instead. In God of War's case, it should be obvious, and yet there were many debates leading up to the game's release about continuity from previous games. This culminated personally for me when I went to play the game at the store. The guy at the register asked, "Have you played other games?" I answered yes. Just forget about that. This game is completely separate. It's more quality now.
respectable fighters that belong together with Devil May Cry. Now, before big fans of that series start snapping their thumbs into the keyboard, I know they have severe differences. I played the first 4 Devil May Cry games as they were released, and the first one is one of my favorite games of all time. God of War 1 and 2 are much lighter versions of that combat system, and it's not until the third game that more direct comparisons to Devil May Cry become true there. Yet the games are firmly in the same genre courtyard, even if God of War values spectacle and scale above all else. God of War 2018 is the same character, but the story has gone through evolution. The gameplay has definitely mutated, but whether that means it's evolved is up for discussion. I wouldn't call it a regression, it's certainly above the first 2 games, but compared to how well the third game refined that combat system, I'd say this new one is best described as a side grade. We'll get to that. The story's evolution is easier to see, although it may not mean improvement for everyone. The discussion around maturity saying that commentary is very different games. Well, that clerk that sold me the game was right about one thing. We have gone from pre-mythology once. The first 3 God of Wars were like the greatest hits tour of its setting. Did it ever make sense to run into these mythical characters who are, for some inexplicable reason, no longer contained in their own stories but mixed together in some kind of mythological setting? I read quite a bit of Greek mythology when I was a kid because I was just that damn cool, and I could appreciate how equally loose and nonsensical the first 3 God of Wars were in terms of story. It's not so much about structure and plot, these stories were originally poorly, even though beneficiaries of alternate code style and I think and the stories also mythology was a big album with one theme. Different artists and guest stars each track. It was more about and emotional rather than a story. Kratos embodied that just means he suits the setting he was placed into. He isn't just a bloodthirsty monster that kills indiscriminately. He cares deeply about his family. Like that, in terms of plot, he is controlled by guilt more than rage. But that doesn't sweep away the fact that, for the majority of the game, anger is what powers the Kratos engine. The more complex side of him is rarely shown, and when it is, it feels more out of place due to how much time we spend in kill, 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 blood, blood, blood mode. You could argue that the setting is more the story than his character in the first 3 games. It's not until a few scenes at the end of each game and the last quarter of the third game that Kratos is shown as more than just our anchor being dragged through this mythological ocean. I should note here that I haven't played Ascension or the PSP games, so it may be different in those ones, and I can only judge the first 3 numbered games. God of War 2018 is mostly the opposite. The Norse mythology setting is important, but compared to the original trilogy, it's like a backdrop to serve as a stage for a story about Kratos. Kratos is the greatest. It's like a backdrop to serve as a stage for a story about Kratos and his son Atreus. There are fewer appearances from mythical characters in this one, possibly to the game's detriment, but it feels far more cohesive than the boiling pot approach of the earlier games. Norse mythology was originally told orally, variations were encouraged, and sadly, not much of it was written down and is really lost forever. However, it has something that the majority of the world does not into its own world. Now, before you start quoting the Book of Revelation at me, remember that Ragnarok is quite different. First, the word is quite possibly one of the coolest ever created. Ragnarok, you just taste it as you say it. Second, it's a final world-altering battle where every character shows up and slaughters each other. Rivalries are partnered off this the rest of the Norse stories follow a scenario. But along with both the regular panelists that starts off the top of different tales, Ragnarok always comes small, the brutality in how the gods are treated in both Norse and Greek mythology, but it's the Norse side that always struck me as having the deeper, more lasting ramifications on the gods for that brutality. Outside of the games, that is, game versions of the gods are about even in this respect. Are these the only reasons that Kratos is different in this game? Absolutely not, but it's clear that there was a deliberate change going from one setting to the other, for all the environments, the gods, the monsters, and Kratos himself. It's more likely that these changes were thought of first, with The Last of Us being such a clear source of inspiration that I won't bring it up again for the rest of this video, and then the setting was settled on around the same time as an appropriate migration. Everything has been shifted from the extravagant, exaggerated Greek myths to the still mystical, but while not humble but humbler Norse ones. Kratos is slower, more limited, and is now capable of fatigue. This could be explained by him getting older. The game takes at least one crack at him about that. But that doesn't make much sense for a Greek god when you think back to Zeus and his siblings in the previous game. I think it's more likely and better suited if this new realm is dampening him in some way. The rules are different here. Sometimes that can make him powerful if you can defy them. Other times it makes him weaker when he can't. Mostly it's like gravity is stronger in the Norse realm compared to what he's used to. Before we continue though, here's a quick summary of the original trilogy so we can get everyone up to speed. Demigod Kratos makes a deal with Ares, the god of war, to save him from defeat by becoming his servant. While in this servitude, Kratos is tricked into killing his own wife and daughter and is permanently marked white by their ashes. From there, he goes on a quest for revenge, opening Pandora's box to unleash the power to kill Ares. After that, the gods refuse or are unable to purge Kratos of his torment over killing his wife and daughter. Kratos attempts suicide, but the gods also refuse to allow him that peace, and instead raise him to full godhood as a new god of war now that Ares is dead. Kratos becomes too much of a threat to the rest of the gods in his new position and is subsequently cast down back to roughly demigod status. Zeus lays a trap which Kratos stupidly falls for when he channels the remainder of his powers into the Blade of Olympus. Zeus, who is Kratos' father by the way, the guy had a real bad problem of keeping his lightning bolts in his pants, then kills him, and after being saved by the Titan Gaia, begins a new rampage throughout all of Greek mythology over 2 games, killing Titans and gods alike. At some point it becomes hard to tell whether he still wants vengeance because the gods won't rid him of nightmares or because of the more recent betrayals. Knowing Kratos, it's probably both, mixed in with 5 other things that only he knows about. Some other god could have thrown him in line when he was trying to, raid a city somewhere. Oh, he also gets his god back at some point, but it's not clear when that happens, or at least I can't pinpoint it, but maybe I can see somewhere. Ultimately, Kratos destroys the world, and I'm not exaggerating, the ocean blood of the death inside the spirits of the damned are left to propel us to Kratos' dance. The sun goes out, pretty much all light dies. After it leaves the building in the end, this is the state of the world. Athena, who died at the end of God of War 2, was previously one of Kratos' key allies. She explains that she has ascended to a higher existence since that death and continues to help Kratos in God of War 3. After this, she demands the hope that Kratos absorb from Pandora's box as her payment for this. Refusing, Kratos instead chooses to kill himself with the Blade of Olympus. Whether he does this out of a final act of alliance for the gods, or chooses regret after realizing his revenge did not grant him peace, isn't clear. Again, it's probably both. Some other people do. Athena's personality changes after this. She breaks the sword out of him, she's disappointed in him, and is dead. A post-credit scene shows that Kratos somehow survived and crawled off the cliff. So you're rightly wondering how there's another game in the series. While I am happy to report that God of War 2 provides some satisfying answers on how we went from this to this. Yeah, it doesn't. It's never explained. Of course it's fucking not. Now, instead of griping about this for 30 minutes, and let's all acknowledge that I could, I'm going to let it go. Because this new God of War is the first of a new series, probably a new trilogy. I was hoping for the game to be more contained than that, but I can't ignore the reality of this being the flagship of a new set of stories. I think and hope that the answers to the ending of God of War 3 will be relevant to some other twists involving a larger story that includes Athena and this higher existence that she speaks about. This first game was sharply focused on Kratos and Atreus. The next game will pan back and increase the scope of the story. answers for these questions. Too much of the foundation from the original trilogy is used and called back for only some parts that are connected. That's not allowed. You can't take some of it, it all has to come back. The story is not playing fair and is a cheap mess if these questions are not answered. Number 1. How did Kratos survive being impaled through the torso with the Blade of Olympus? The power of hope was released from this wound, heavily implying that Kratos was killed. The Blade of Olympus, in almost the exact same way, killed him before, and he didn't survive. Not to mention the size of it, the blood loss, and the huge scar left on him in the most recent game. Did the Blade of Olympus simultaneously kill him and give him back his godhood, since it was still stored in the sword, causing him to regenerate? That would be kind of cool. Question number 2. How did Kratos get to the Norse mythology land? Was he taken there, or did he fall into the ocean at the end of the 3rd game and was carried there by chance? If so, then that brings us to question number 3. Why are the Norse mythology lands unaffected by the damage caused to the planet during the 3rd game? The oceans flood, the sun is extinguished, plague and the souls of the dead are everywhere. If the Norse lands are in a different realm, physically separated from the Greek lands, then that should be explained, as it is a good answer, but then it ties back to the second question. If that's the case, how did Kratos get there? Something like this is sort of hinted at in the game itself, and it needs to be more clear. This doesn't have to be done purely for the sake of answering questions, but also because it can make things more interesting. Other lands with other gods are shown in God of War. How are they linked? Are wars waged across realms? Are there a set of even mightier gods that reign at a higher level than these gods limited to each realm? Is that where Athena went and is projecting herself from? Answering questions is good. Please do it. Don't make me have to rant for 30 minutes in the next God of War video. I'll do it, goddammit, but please don't make me. Returning to Kratos after this recap shows us how much this character now makes sense. This isn't a new version of him. He has changed, but it's a reasonable progression on this same character. His most important line that shows this is about halfway through the game. After Atreus kills Modi, Kratos forcefully says, "There are consequences for killing a god." Kratos is no more deep of a character in this new game. In fact, he's still on the simple side. He has no plans, no ambition, no grand desires or thoughts for conflict waging within him. This is now a character that is accepted in place with what appears to be a great amount of serenity. He only has one goal: raise his son to be better than he is. Unless the game is being misleading by not showing us some other secret life Kratos had away from the cabin in the woods, this is all there is to Kratos in this game. He must still live with the guilt he has from killing his wife and daughter, but now he really is living with it instead of being tormented by it and spurred to vengeance. He understands that anger is a weapon he can wield, but has now tempered that with patience to serve as an example to his son, even if that patience does slip sometimes.
What are you doing? Now his guard is up. Only fire. Fire. When I tell you to fire.
He's the same Kratos as before, with a new chance at a family and the realization that revenge reclaimed nothing for him. Obviously, he must have achieved some measure of peace to have loved Atreus' mother Faye and to have another child at all, but we don't get to see that. His life with her is only teased at, likely to be brought back briefly in a later game, but unnecessary for now when it's all about this journey with Atreus. However, that's only the character. One character. One part of this story. How much of the rest is different from the previous games? Well, absolutely everything. Like Kratos himself being a foreigner to this land, someone who, like the first game, will have to adjust and maybe reject all of these changes. Well, except for maybe one thing. Which is a good place to push story aside for a bit and dive into gameplay. This is going to be complicated because many of my gameplay comments are also relevant to the story, since gameplay and narrative are well mixed in many sections of God of War, for better and for worse. As you can tell from the footage playing, the new God of War has made some drastic changes from the previous games. The camera is now close behind Kratos. The right analog stick controls both your view and turns Kratos around. There's little focus on chaining combos, and your mobility is much lower. I want to state something plainly right now. Different does not mean bad, in almost every case. The issue gets murky when speaking about sequels. You can experience it for yourself right now by imagining your favorite series. think of all the unique things about it that you love. Now imagine the next one is announced at E3 or whatever, and it's a racing game. It isn't a spin-off. This is the next mainline entry, and all of the developers' time has been poured into it. It looks pretty good, but that's not what you expected out of that series, and that unique experience which you consider only that developer capable of making is gone. And just in case you're some psycho and your favorite series is a racing game, imagine it turned into a JRPG instead about cars. Actually, you might think that's awesome. Never mind about that. Spectacle fighters aren't exactly raining from the sky, and God of War being changed from that to something else, no matter how good it is, will understandably put some fans off. There's also the fear that success of this game may lead to other spectacle fighters making similar changes. Series fans have every right to be disappointed, just as much as people who greatly prefer this new combat system have every right to be pleasantly surprised. Personally, I think the new game has much better combat than God of War 1 and 2, and I only slightly prefer God of War 3's overall. Combat in the older games was about juggling a few things at once, responding to the hordes of enemies around you, your position within each fighting arena, and trying to play as actively with your moveset as possible. This last one adds a skill cap higher than most will reach in the game, and that's kind of the point of it. For me, I'm more of a reactive player than a proactive one, at least until I get to the God of War 3 provided the most amount of tools to use categories, and also made weapon and ranging attacks much better integrated than before. The game used to be way better than summary are outside of some defense. Captivating options that deal with the situation you found yourself in a wide range of fighting at all times. The new God of War has many options during combat as well. It's a very good system, it's almost great, but the main difference outside of the obvious change in perspective is that it's mostly and it's better for me because that's what I'm drawing for. I think many others are also the same, but there's a little room for experimentation once you get comfortable. You cannot express yourself through these combat mechanics and the flashiest all are scripted rooting attacks that activate with one button press instead of tapping on the combo. The older games can also be played just fine in a reactive way. You can dodge, block, parry enemy moves, and then counterattack without any light. However, you can also venture into trying to string together new moves when you're ready between those moments. The option to find more fun is always there. The option to find more depth is always there. The new game doesn't really have that. Let me explain a bit because I think I'm coming across it too negatively now. God of War 2018 gives you several offensive movements and options at any given time. This is all fantastic. Light attacks, heavy attacks, dodges, and blocks. There are also modifiers within those types. Hold down the attack buttons for different attacks. Quick step dodge and a slower roll if you dodge again quickly, and timing your block in order to parry an attack. You can also modify your attack buttons to either use running attacks or enter mode and throw your axe. Surprisingly, it actually matters in this mode, and you can hit multiple parts of enemies to activate a higher damage throw, or even place them in place. When the axe is on, fists to fight, which has their own moveset, as well as another weapon later. You can throw the walls to shatter them or use other enemies around you. There's also a stacking buff on your weapon as a reward for rendering hits in a short time frame without risking doing it yourself. You can also get Atreus to fire arrows and use his special ability. There are some combos and you can keep some enemies airborne for a while and make a conclusion of their life choices, but after a short while it feels like you're using the same attacks in the same ways over and over on the same enemies. There is a spiking potential after you get the second weapon set, but I know the game's perspective and mobility are limiting what the player can do here. Kratos moves too much like a guy with a turret for a head to feel flexible during fights against large groups of enemies. It's not that those fights are ever bad, it's just that they have problems and are never as good as the smaller fights, especially when compared against the bosses. The game is at its peak when you have to use as many of your moves as possible in a way that begins to feel like a seamless dance. And there are even moments during some of the best fights that reward experimentation, like throwing your axe at Cody when he's swung into the air, or knocking a Valkyrie out of the charging attack, learning when to punch with a heavy attack of your own to regular guard, and being ready to chain a dodge out of an attack and into an axe throw. The game definitely does reach into greatness when you can get into this dance mode with all of its options. Comparatively, when there's a horde around you, it can be awkward to keep them all in your view. You're heavily incentivized into using a rooting attack that blasts a bunch of them away, or often killing them outright and then fighting the smaller group. The fire and forget nature of those rooting attacks and how their cooldowns are combat can often become the same routine at the start of every fight. At a certain level, against most enemies, cycling through all 4 of your specials is enough to end battles before they begin. This section I'm writing would read much differently if the game had better enemy variety, but I also hope I wouldn't have been completely swayed by that. More creative enemies would have gone a long way to keep things fresh, especially if they required usage of more of Kratos' abilities. I think the challenges in Muspelheim Time go a long way to prove that. Having enemies that can only be killed with finishing moves or knocking them off ledges, or can only be damaged when certain other enemies can be killed first. These are simple ideas, but they're enough to be a temporary, fresh twist. It's a shame that they couldn't be sprinkled throughout the whole game. Actually, it's a double shame that the challenges have to all be gated off in another realm with all the loading time to get there. A Doom-style altar system with the rooms being spread throughout the game here and there would have been much more fun, with this realm being a place to visit if you want to try them again later. Nightmares also show a glimmer of creativity by possessing other enemies and powering them up, something that I was expecting to see developed on as the game progressed, but it sadly never happened. The one thing that Give Me God of War mode does well is similar to this. It makes enemies capable of leveling up in the middle of fights unless you stop them with a hit or an arrow from Atreus. It's a quick demand on your reactions in the middle of an otherwise normal fight and demonstrates how mundane the same enemies get over the course of the game. As always, more on that later. Like I said, I hope I wouldn't have been entirely swayed by improvements in that department if I had played that version of the game, because the combat system on Kratos' end alone is more. It has the same problem that exploration does in this game. It's so restrictive. It's never so bad that you feel like you're wrestling with the camera or the movement system, but it never feels like your friend either. Unless it's one of the dance tier duels, I always wished I could move a bit freer, see a bit more around me, and fucking jump in the air. Alright, so I said that sooner than I expected because we haven't even spoken about moving around the game outside of combat yet, but here we go. There's a list of things I hope to see in God of War 2.2, and a jump button is at the top of it. Underneath that is some sort of air dash, and in third place is the camera panned out about 50% more than it is currently. I don't want God of War 3's combat back. I want this new system to get the improvements that it deserves. A jump button adds everything this game needs. It's a modifier on every other option that Kratos has. Attacks become air attacks. One can be a ground slam. Dash can move you farther in the air than on the ground, and you can even land in.
It's gonna set the tone. Because we were on maybe more like the key area. These sugar or these stage 1 we're going to go down, so you want to trigger the pressure brake, which goes up, then go underneath. It's going to take you to a small water area where there's going to be 2 big crabs and there will be the zombie like skeleton creatures. You see me testing for some secret doors here, there was not any. So through here you're going to want to pull the lever at the end when there is some crabs in play. I'm just going to show you a really easy way to take those guys out by luring them back to the archway. They kind of get glitched, they can't fit through, and you can just use some spells or incantations or whatever just to take them out. Once Krusty Krab's out of the way, you're going to want to go over to this lever, which is going to open up this small gateway, take you back to the original area, and you're going to go back up the first ladder. Again, avoid the lightning bolt trap, and this time instead of going under, we're going to go up. So if there is a gargoyle behind you, this one doesn't really respond when you go up next to him, so just take it with ease. To get over to him whilst the pressure plate's down, just run across him, make sure you stand whilst take some spikes. Here's a gargoyle right there, so look night. Okay, so now this night guard of the last lever is probably the hardest part of the dungeon. At start he is facing the opposite directions whilst he's stacking and getting easy, clean, big hit in, and as I say, just keep your distance, duck, dodge, parry whilst you can, because his attacks are brutal. I had to run back through quite a few times to defeat this guy. Maybe he was going to lever, I don't know. Grace Point, and then we're going to go into the Burial Watchdog fight. Okie dokie, so at the end of his attacks are brutal. I had to run back through quite a few times to defeat this guy. Whether you can just go and pull the lever, I don't know, because he doesn't drop anything of use. We just need to get to that lever at the end of the room. As we know by now with these tombs, you do need to pull a lever to open the main boss or locked area. So we're going to run all the way back through now. All of the guys have been defeated, so it shouldn't be too difficult, or you can just die and respawn at the Grace Point. And then we're going to go into the Burial Watchdog fight. Okie dokie, so we have met the Erdtree Burial Watchdog before. It's not the worst enemy, and at this stage of the game it should be quite easy to take down. Its damage radius, as you can see when it slams its sword into the water, it's not that wide, so you just need to maybe call an spirit companion and take in those easy shots when you can. Watch out for the lightning strikes it can use. Great enemy felled, and we have received the Bloodworks Pickers Bellbearing 1, which will back to the round table hold in just a moment, and give that to the 2 maidens, and it will give us access to a few more items in their shop. Thanks for watching, guys. Do let me know in the comments if this video has helped you clear Windham Ruins, and if you're enjoying Elden Ring so far. GG.
This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. You can visit their store by using my referral link in the description below. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsuhone, and it's Friday, and that means it's time for another MTG Top 10, the series where I rank cards based on their historical performance and manage the highest level of competition. That's what I normally do in this series. Sometimes I also like to take a look at some of the worst cards in the game's history, and that's what we're doing today, with a look at the worst mana rocks ever. A few years ago, I looked at the best mana rocks in the game, so it makes sense to also take a look at the worst ones. A mana rock is an artifact that produces mana. While there isn't an official definition of this term, I do think the general consensus is that a mana rock has to be an artifact that actually nets you mana and can produce mana more than once. So it isn't something that filters mana, like Arkham's Astrolabe, and because it needs to produce mana repeatedly, an artifact you sacrifice for mana also isn't a mana rock, and this excludes things like Lotus Petal. Mana rocks are often powerful because they allow you to accelerate your mana. However, there are definitely some bad ones out there that have been printed over Magic's almost 30 years of existence. Although it is worth keeping in mind that the cards on this list are generally better than most we see in worst videos, largely because the very definition of a mana rock means that it will generate at least some value, since they all net you mana. The cards are still bad for sure, but this is relative to other mana rocks. As is usually the case with this type of video, I don't use as much data as I do for best videos, though I do use some data to help me make my selections. Card can't be considered for a worst list if it is top 8 in an event, or if it's widely played in EDH. Ultimately, the cards that make the list and how they are ranked is based on my opinion. Before we dive into the video, I do want to say that if you enjoy my content and aren't already subscribed, consider subscribing. I've also recently set up a YouTube membership for the channel if you want to give me some extra support, and get some cool perks, including a badge in the comment section and access to a Discord server. Just click the join button below this video. You can, of course, also support me on Patreon and Twitch. Alright, with all that out of the way, let's dive into the video. At number 10, I have Altar of the Lost. While it's played less in EDH than some of the cards that are higher up on this list, I decided it was the least bad of the 10 on this list because it probably has the most potential. It does have a lot of signs of being a bad mana rock, though. It enters tapped, it costs 3 mana, and it can only produce mana for something really specific. In this case, flashback spells, and yeah, that's pretty bad. But I can see a world where we end up with a critical mass of flashback cards, and thus Altar of the Lost is sometimes actually worth playing. After all, it can produce 2 mana at a time, which is a big deal for a mana rock that only costs 3. For now, it's definitely terrible, but maybe someday it can work its way off of this list. That's less likely for the cards in front of it. At number 9, it is Phyrexian Lens. Yeah, there's nothing terrible about this card, but mana rock power creep over the years has made it a lot less impressive. When we get mana lists and strictly better mana lists with regularity, and we do, there isn't much of a reason to pay life for mana of any color on a 3-mana mana rock. There are a few commanders and cards out there that like it when you pay life for things, and that's what keeps it from being higher on the list. There are a small number of decks where this has actual upside over Manalith and the like, but there are still far more decks where it's just a strictly worse mana rock. At number 8, I have the Cameo Cycle from Odyssey. These are some more mana rocks for 3 that are utterly outclassed by something as simple as Manalith. And while power creep is definitely part of what makes a card like this, and Phyrexian Lens bad, it isn't like anyone played them in competitive decks before stuff like Manalith got printed and outclassed them. So, yeah, they might not look terrible, but they weren't good enough to see play in their respective constructed formats, not even block constructed, and I think that drives home how much the Cameo and the Lens deserve to be on this list. At number 7, it is Soul Grant, another mana rock with a mana value of 3 that taps for a single mana. In this case, you get to choose the color of mana it can produce when you play it. That flexibility can be nice, but generally the Cameo or Manalith variants would do better for you because the ability to produce more than one type of mana is usually better than having to lock a mana rock in on a single type of mana. Again, maybe this doesn't look terrible, but nobody played it in block or standard, and it isn't played in EDH much either. At number 6, I have Charm Dependent. I think this has a very cool design. Basically, you tap it, and it mills the top part of your library, and you add mana equal to the number of colored mana symbols in that card's casting cost. While the design is cool, I obviously don't think the card is very good overall. It is a mana rock that costs 4, and yes, sometimes it will give you a nice mana boost, but more often than not, it's going to give you 0 to 1 mana. Sure, you can build around it like crazy and manipulate the top of your library, but you still have hitting lands and getting 0 mana as a fairly common occurrence, and that is rough. It's nice that it also mills you, which some decks can take advantage of, but it is neither good enough at producing mana, nor milling you, that it is really something you need to run in your decks. At number 5, it is Mana Prism. This 3-mana artifact can tap to produce colorless mana, or it can also function as a mana filter. Again, like a lot of the cards we've seen so far, you don't look at this and immediately think it's terrible. After all, it produces mana, and it can even fix, even if filtering is pretty bad most of the time. But again, no one played it during the time it was legal in block or standard, and there's a reason for that. Mana rocks that cost 3 and only tap to produce a single mana have always been a bit underpowered compared to others around, and this one doesn't even do a great job of fixing your mana. Alright, so far the mana rocks we've looked at might be better defined as mediocre than terrible, but I think once you move into the top 4, what we're looking at is truly awful. At number 4, it is Warden of the Wall. This is another mana rock that I think actually has a neat design, but it's awful. It costs 3 and can tap to produce only colorless mana, and it enters the battlefield tapped, which is really brutal for any rock that costs 3. The upside it comes with is neat, since it becomes a creature with a somewhat relevant body on your opponent's turn, but that isn't enough upside to overcome how clunky this thing is, especially because you usually want to use your mana rocks to produce mana, so it won't often be an actual relevant creature on your opponent's turn most of the time anyway. It also makes it easier for your opponent to blow up, since their creature removal can hit it. Yeah, you just should never be playing this. Maybe, someday, Gargoyle Tribal will really be a thing, I guess, but even then, I don't think people will be trying hard to shove this into their decks. At number 3, I have the whole cycle of mana batteries. These were originally printed in Legends, so they've been around a pretty long time, and no one's ever wanted to play them anywhere. They all cost 4 to play and can tap for 1 mana of the color of the mana battery. That's just not good enough for a mana rock that costs this much. They do come with the potential to produce more mana, but you have to sink 2 mana at a time into them to put charge counters on them so they can produce that mana. And sure, you can find ways to add more counters to them, but that's a lot of work to make a card that's terrible, only a little less terrible. At number 2, I've got Ventifact Bottle. It's actually played the least in EDH of any card on this list, but I only think it's the second worst mana rock in the game. It is yet another one that costs 3, but this one can't produce mana right away. First, you have to sink a ton of mana into it to put charge counters on it, and you have to do it at sorcery speed. Then, during your pre-combat main phase, you remove all the charge counters from it, and add colorless to your mana pool for each counter that was removed. It does provide some pretty serious ramp if you have a ton of mana to put into it, and it can do it repeatedly, but if you have enough mana to sink into the bottle to make a ton of mana, you can probably just cast some awesome spell already. Clunky way to ramp your mana. This does have real potential to give you a lot of mana in some situations, though, and for that reason, I do think there's one mana rock that is Diamond Kaleidoscope. It's sort of an even clunkier version of Warden of the Wall. It costs 4 and can't produce mana on its own at all. First, it has to make a 0/1 Prism token for 3 mana, at which point you can then sacrifice that token for mana of any color. I know people like making tokens in ramping, but this is so bad at both that it still sees barely any play in EDH, and it shouldn't. An initial investment of 7 to get back that first mana is brutal, and you don't ever really feel like you're coming out ahead if you're using the Kaleidoscope. If you sink a ton of mana into this, so it can set you up for a big turn, your opponent will just kill you. I think this is the worst mana rock ever. So, those are my picks for the 10 worst mana rocks ever printed. If you want to own any of these cards because, I don't know, maybe you don't like producing mana efficiently, you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each of them in the description. If you want to make sure you catch future episodes of this series, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. If you want to catch up on the past videos in this series, including more on the worst cards ever, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. And lastly, if you want to go the extra mile in supporting me and the channel, you can do that with a YouTube membership or via Patreon. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. You can visit their store by using my referral link in the description below. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsuhone, and today is Friday, and that means it's time for another MTG Top 10, the series where I rank cards based on their historical performance at Magic's highest level of competition. I've done a whole lot of MTG Top 10s at this point. I think that's safe to say. This is the 475th MTG Top 10. Because I've been doing them for so long, it's often necessary to go back and update older lists. And that's what we're doing today, with a look at the keyword Vigilance. I originally took a look at Vigilance in May of 2018, so the list is 4 years old at this point, and it should be no surprise that the list has changed significantly in that amount of time. Vigilance is an evergreen keyword, which means we see several cards with it in every single set. A creature with Vigilance doesn't have to tap to attack, so this allows them to play double duty. They can attack and block in most turn cycles. Not tapping to attack is as old as the game of Magic itself, since it appeared in 1993's Alpha, most famously on Sarah Angel, but it took more than a decade for the ability to be keyworded, which didn't occur until 2004's Champions of Kamigawa. It appears the most frequently on white cards, but it's also found pretty frequently on green cards. To be eligible for this list, a card had to have Vigilance in the text box. This means that creatures that have Vigilance were of course eligible, as were cards that grant Vigilance, and so forth. In all, there were 574 cards that met this requirement, and in this video, we'll take a look at the 10 that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic. In addition to look at the 4 cards that made it to the list back in 2018 that are no longer on the 2022 version. Here's a quick reminder on how I score cards in these videos. The first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours and World Championships. A second tier top 8 is worth 1 point, and this includes events like Grand Prix and Magic Fests. Before we get started talking about the cards in this video, I do want to let you know that channel memberships are now available. You can offer me some additional support and receive cool perks like access to a Discord server and early access to videos, among other things. Click join down below the video for more details. You can, of course, also still become if you'd like to support me that way. In addition, I've also recently rolled out a little bit of merch for the channel. Right now, you have a couple of different shirt options featuring the sweet new logo for the channel. And you can find a link in the description that will take you to the store on Merchland where you can buy them. All right, let's get started with a look at the cards that are no longer on the 2022 edition of MTG Top 10, Vigilance. First up, there's Selesnya Charm, which was at number 10 last time. Like all charms, this is an instant that gives you 3 options, and modality tends to be pretty nice. The charm can be a combat trick that gives +2/+2 and trample to a creature. It can be a removal spell that can kill creatures with high power, or it can make 2/2 tokens with vigilance. That last part, obviously, is what made it eligible for this list. All of these options are pretty solid for 2 mana, so having the option between them is nice. While in Standard it was played in Selesnya aggro decks, since the 2018 video, it's also gained 2 points in Pioneer and Div Mizzet decks. However, it definitely isn't gaining points at a very high rate, and while 21 points was enough to make the list last time, it took double that, 42 points this time around. So it isn't very likely the charm ever works its way back onto the list, even if it does gain a few more points here and there in Pioneer. Next up, there's Ajani Goldbane, who was at number 9 last time. This Ajani is one of the original 5 Planeswalkers that made their debut in Lorwyn. He comes with a +1 that gains you 2 life, and an ultimate that makes an avatar token with power and toughness each equal to your life total, so basically Sarah Avatar. But the part that makes the card eligible for this list is the -1, which puts a +1/+1 counter on each of your creatures and gives them vigilance. That is definitely the part of Ajani Goldbane which makes it the best magic card, since if you have any board state at all, that's a big upgrade for only 1 loyalty. It was played in a lot of aggro decks in both block and standard, but it's never gained any points since rotating out of standard in 2011, so it will be able to find its way back on this list. Next up, there's Grimaz, King of Mareskos, who is at number 8 on the 2018 list. He brings you some above-range stats as a 3 mana 3/4 with vigilance, and he comes with the powerful ability to generate Cat Soldier creature tokens, both when he attacks and blocks, and that's a nice way to take advantage of vigilance. He was played in a pretty wide variety of decks in Standard. This included all-out aggro decks like Boros Aggro, as well as blue-white control decks. He's also gained points in Modern Hate Bear and Legacy Death and Taxes. However, he's only gained a single point since 2018, and it came in a Pioneer White Weenie deck. Grimaz has a pretty good track record of multi-format success, but he probably isn't going to be making it back onto the list. He's just too far behind, and he's not gaining points quickly enough. And the last card that made the list in 2018 but didn't this time is Elesh Norn Grand Cenobite. Elesh Norn has an absolutely massive impact on the board, since it gives all of your creatures +2/+2, while giving the opposing board -2/-2. This can often immediately kill a big chunk of your opponent's board, while also allowing your creatures to attack way more effectively. In Standard, Elesh Norn was one of the ultimate end goals for Birthing Pod decks, as you would move up the chain until you got to Elesh. In Modern, Legacy, and Vintage, Elesh Norn has been cheated into play using reanimation spells and Oath of Druids. While Elesh Norn has only gained 5 points since the 2018 list, Elesh is pretty likely to keep on gaining points, since it's one of the best things to cheat into play in multiple formats. Additionally, some of the cards at the bottom of the top 10 this time around are sort of stalled out, so it isn't out of the question that Elesh Norn can work its way back to the list. Alright, let's see what's on the 2022 edition of MTG Top 10 Vigilance. At number 10, it is History of Benalia, which was only a few weeks old when the 2018 list came out. Like most sagas, the value you get out of this card is pretty impressive when you look at the mana cost, even if you do have to wait a little while to get everything. History of Benalia is all about knights, and for the low investment of 3 mana, you get 2 2/2 tokens with vigilance, and then all your knights get buffed by Chapter 3. Obviously, Chapter 1 and 2 give you knights, so Chapter 3 will usually have some impact. This can be especially true if you played multiple histories of Benalia. It was pretty heavily played in Standard, appearing in both aggro and control decks, but it hasn't gained any points since rotating out of Standard, and it doesn't look likely that it will be on this list if I revisit it again in 4 years' time. At number 9, it is Elden Gargaroth. It didn't even exist exist back in 2018 since it was printed in 2020. This is a 5-mana 6/6 that comes with Vigilance, as well as Reach and Trample, and anytime it attacks or blocks, you get a choice between 3 powerful options. You can draw a card, or you can make a beast token, or you can gain life. Obviously, drawing the card or making the beast are usually the most powerful, but sometimes you need that life to stabilize. Combining Vigilance and Reach with that modal ability is great too, because it means that the Gargoroth can attack and block during most turn cycles, and it can also block basically the maximum number of things since it can block flyers. And that means you often get 2 triggers if your opponent's not careful. If the Gargoroth isn't removed straight up, it's going to give its controller at least one of those triggers, and that's pretty much a 2. If he gets more than a single trigger, he takes over games. Obviously, the Gargoroth has already enjoyed significant multi-format success, gaining points in Standard, Historic, Pioneer, and Modern. In Standard, it was played as a sideboard card that mid-range and control decks could bring in against aggro decks, and it saw main deck play in Yuri on Ultimatum decks. In Pioneer, it's played in Devotion to Green, and in Modern, it's played in Utopia Gruul, a red-green Ponza deck. While it has definitely slowed down since rotating out of Standard, it is still gaining points, and it's possible that it will do enough to stay on this list. At number 8, it is Questing Beast, another card that didn't exist back in 2018 since it was printed in 2019's Throne of Eldraine. Questing Beast has a famously loaded text box, and Vigilance is somewhere in there, along with Death Touch, Haste, and a whole bunch of other stuff. You can't just sit back and let it hit you and try to race, because Vigilance means this thing will still be able to block. Because of Haste, it often has a good attack that turning goes down, and then Death Touch means that if you want to kill it, you're going to have to use a card or 2. This is all augmented by the good stats, the fact that it can't be blocked by small creatures, and the fact that it lets you go after Planeswalkers when you do combat damage to an opponent. Questing Beast has already been played in multiple formats, and it looks like that's going to continue, so I imagine it will keep moving up this list in the future. At number 7, it is Sylvan Advocate, which has fallen from the number 4 slot it occupied back in 2018. This 2-mana 2/3 comes with Vigilance, and once you have enough lands around, it becomes a 4/5. The Advocate would likely have seen play in most Standard formats, but it got an extra boost out of the fact that, with it being a 4/5, it could survive one of the main board sweepers in the format, Languish. There weren't any other 2-drop creatures who could make such a claim. It also didn't hurt that it could also make your creature land bigger, since there were some of those in the format. The efficiency of the Advocate virtually made it into a staple for green decks, and this was true in control, mid-range, and aggro builds. Control decks could play it alongside their Languishes without being worried they would lose their Advocate, and the other decks could play it purely based on its efficiency. Just to name a few of the decks it was featured in, there's Collected Company, Green White Token, Sultai Control, Full Ramp, and Kugari Constrictor. The Advocate hasn't gained a single point since the last list. It just isn't strong enough for formats that aren't Standard, so it's pretty inevitable that it will fall off this list. At number 6, it's Mantis Rider, which held on to the number 6 slot that it also occupied back in 2018. The Rider is a 3-mana 3/3 with 3 keyword abilities. In addition to Vigilance, it also has Flying and Haste. This combination of keywords means that the Rider gives you an evasive creature that puts your opponent on a quick clock because it can attack right away, while it can also hang back and protect you if necessary. While in Standard, it was played in Jeskai midrange and aggro decks, but it's found the most success in Modern, where it's played in Human Tribal. Mantis Rider has seen a ton of play there, since the deck has excellent mana and lots of human chaos, so the Rider is a great fit. It's been very active in Modern over the last several years, so it's very likely to remain on this list. At number 5, it is Archangel Avacyn, which fallen several slots from the number 2 spot it occupied last time. Avacyn is a 5-mana 4/4 with flying and Vigilance. It's a creature that is relevant until its turn when she enters the battlefield. Avacyn's upside doesn't even end there, believe it or not. You can also transform into a larger creature who does 3 damage to the whole board. The design here is really cool because you don't have complete control over when that happens, and your opponent could potentially take advantage of it, but you're still kind of coming out ahead since you have a huge flyer that will survive the effect no matter what, while also doing 3 to your opponent. G1's basically a staple for white decks in Standard, regardless of whether the decks are with control or aggro decks. All of her abilities make it pretty easy to get 2 or even 3 for 1 out of her, and that is really devastating. While almost all of Avacyn's points have come in Standard, she also has a lone Modern point from 2018 where she appeared in a Modern Light Gate deck, and more recently she's also played in Pioneer, where she's played in White BD and Spirit Aggro. She is going to gain more points, but she isn't doing it very quickly, so she is likely to continue to slip down this list as cards like Mantis Rider and Questing Beast continue to gain points at a much higher rate. At number 4, it is Heart of Huron, which great, even as a 4/4 flying in vigilance. The key thing about the heart is that you can also crew it by removing the loyalty counter from a planeswalker, and you don't even have to forfeit using your planeswalker's abilities that turn. You can do both. Basically, this meant you could crew it for free in the right deck, and the downside was still a pretty efficient Myriad beater. It was at its best in decks that had various artifact synergies, like various vehicle decks in black-red aggro. It often felt like a staple in the format, for example, appearing in 7 of the top 8 decks in Pro Tour and Ether Revolt. It's also gained some points in Pioneer Devotion to Green decks, a deck that has a lot of planeswalkers in it, including Karn the Great Creator, who can grab it out of the sideboard. While it has gained tons of points since the 2018 video, very few of them have come over the last 2 years, and it makes non-pro development hard to feature on the list. Although with the massive score, it will probably be a while before it's off of it entirely. At number 3, it is Celestial Colonnade, which held on to its number 3 slot. The Colonnade is a great creature link. Like the others from World Wake, it provides you with 2 colors of mana while also being capable of becoming a creature. In this case, it becomes a 4/4 flying in vigilance, and that's definitely the kind of creature that visit their website using my referral link, their store. It can do the same thing.
If you follow the, it cannot.
Hello again. Cheers for that.
Greeting, are you here for spirit?
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arm.
Greeting, are you here for spirit?
Alright, I've been asked by some people where to find the audience pathway without doing the quest. So there is a way to do it. However, you will miss out on a bunch of armor sets, weapons, and some magic. So I do recommend doing the side quest for this. But if you really want to know, the first place you're going to start here is at this temple, the Temple of Igle, where, or however you say it, where you kill the god skin. Now, I'm going to assume you don't have the shortcut over there unlocked, but I will show you where it is, because the shortcut is quicker to take. So you're going to come up here, all the way around this here, and jump off down here. Don't worry, lava doesn't actually hurt much in this game. Jump over those. You're going to kill these little sluggoos here. Pretty easy. Now, after you kill these slugs, there's going to be a terrible monster just up over here. Don't worry. You can outrun it easily. It's going to be up over this cliff here. Oh crap, I broke my shield. Monster. Shortcut over there unlocked, but I will show you where it is, because the shortcut is quicker to take. So you're going to come up here, all the way around this here, and jump off down here. Don't worry, lava doesn't actually hurt much in this game. Jump over those. You're going to kill these little sluggoos here. Pretty easy. Now, after you kill these slugs, there's going to be a terrible monster just up over here. Don't worry. You can outrun it easily. It's going to be up over this cliff here.
Diablo is one of the most beloved video game franchises of all time, and now Diablo Immortal is here, the newest entry into the franchise. And it's become clear that the Diablo that people love is dead and buried, and its corpse is being paraded around like some kind of Weekend at Bernie's style charade. And not because the game is bad. In fact, most people agree the game itself is very fun and really well made. The problem is how pay to win it is. The microtransactions in this game are a whole new breed of scummy. Not even Ed and Nettie would have come up with a scam like this. I swear to God, the microtransaction model must have been designed by Mr. Krabs. I'm honestly shocked that it's not charging you for using your own Wi-Fi to play the game. Every single piece of this game has an accompanying microtransaction with it to speed up progress, to give you loot, give you buffs, whatever, gems, anything you can imagine. There's a microtransaction for it in the game. And it's packing meat. Some of them are expensive, and there's so many of them, and it incentivizes you heavily to engage in dropping at least a little bit of money sometimes. It's like a drug dealer who's just giving you free samples to get you hooked, like, hey, first one's free. In Diablo Immortal, it's the first one's cheap, you know, the first one's like 80 cents or $1, and you get an 800% buff, you know, why wouldn't you just give $1 to help improve the flow of the game, the progress, you know, it's just $1, right, that's no big deal. And then as you continue to progress, it gets more and more expensive, and eventually it's just a ton of money outright, all the way to the tune of about $100,000 to fully max out a character, one character, with all of the max gems and everything. 100,000 real-world doubloons, 100,000 of your hard-earned clams for a single character in Diablo Immortal. Fucking wild. Now, of course, these are estimates from the players right now. The game's still early. No one's whaled 100 grand to my knowledge, but this is everything they've calculated through data mining, as well as just all of the stats and numbers that have been crunched. So I trust the community to be accurate with it, since they've gone like turbo detective mode on the game is. And everything that they've found and everything that I've read about, it's wild. I've never seen anything like this. It's just blatant trash. It is just absolute blatant greed. Money, and we want all of your money, the full amount in your wallet, into our game. It makes FIFA loot boxes look good. So let's go over it a little bit and dive in a bit deeper. You probably know the answer to this, but would you play Diablo Immortal? No. I was reading about it and I watched Ziz's video on it yesterday. It is crazy how greedy this game is. Like, even games on mobile. So apparently this claim is accurate. To fully max everything on a single character, it'll cost around 100 grand. Of real money. It's wild. And another crazy thing, so there's so many levels to their pay-to-win scheme, but if you engage in pay-to-win, you have to log in every day to keep some of the items. So let's say you whale out. You know, you get a little hog wild with mommy's credit card, and you put in quite a bit of money and you get the shit you want. You'll have to log in daily, and if you miss a day, you lose it. You can just lose the items that you paid to win with, because you didn't log in for a day. Or 2 days, however long it is, I don't remember. I think it varies based on the item and the pay-to-win level. Oh, it's beyond greedy. It is shocking. And I will say, you guys know I'm not a big ARPG guy, but Diablo Immortal actually looks like a fun ARPG. If it wasn't this blatantly scummy, I think it probably would have been a good, well, and it probably still is if you don't pay for it, a good game. Now, Diablo Immortal's had a really rocky history. The second it was announced, it was immediately infamous. People hated it before it ever even came out because Blizzard announced it at BlizzCon in a really shitty, douchey way. So they threw out Diablo Immortal, it's going to be mobile, and then people weren't super excited, and they go, what, you guys don't have phones? Well, you know, like, what kind of response is that? You know, people were just expecting like a Diablo 4 or something, and they're getting a mobile game, so they're rightfully, you know, not as hype as you would expect. And meanwhile, they're getting upset and offended about it. Like, come on, dipshits, you have mobile devices. Everyone's going to be playing Diablo Immortal on their phones. Every phone's going to come pre-installed with Diablo Immortal. What the fuck is wrong with you losers? Fucking nerds. And then, of course, it led to the viral clip where one of the BlizzCon viewers came up to ask a question to the employees during a Q&A and said, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke? with the Diablo Immortal announcement. So from the very get-go, people weren't excited about this game. And I honestly believe the announcement of Diablo Immortal was marking the decline of Blizzard as a company as a whole. Blizzard was worshipped for pretty much the entire history of his existence. People have worshipped the ground Blizzard has walked on until Diablo Immortal. That was the first time I can think of where Blizzard fans finally started to criticize them a bit and be upset about something. For the first time in Reddit history, a post that wasn't sucking Blizzard's cock was getting updates, calling out Blizzard behavior, like with how they handled Diablo Immortal. And then from there, it's only been just a downward spiral for the company. You know, with all of the workplace sexual assaults, as well as one of the employees committing suicide because of a bunch of terrible workplace things. Awful shit coming to light with the company. Tons and tons of layoffs. And then even on the game side of things, horrible business decisions with their games, like the Warcraft Reforged. Everything has just been not in Blizzard's favor. People haven't been happy with Blizzard. You know, the whole free Hong Kong thing. Just tons and tons and tons of things that have happened all post Diablo Immortal. And I really think it all started with Diablo Immortal. So this game was really cursed from the get-go for them. And now that it's out, it's even worse than people expected when it comes to microtransactions. I think everyone is really impressed with the game overall. Apparently, from everything I've watched and everyone I've listened to, all the streams I've watched, everyone agrees the game is good. Like, they've made a really good game, especially for mobile. And I agree. I'm not an ARPG guy, but I also think it looks fun. But it is completely overshadowed by how greedy it is. Do you think in-game purchases ruin good games? It depends. I'm of the stance that if it's a purely single-player experience, it's only PvE, pay-to-win elements don't ruin the game. If someone's going to whale out to have fun in a single-player game, that's their right. But once that enters into, like, a multiplayer experience, then I think it's a problem. Yeah, I also think paid cosmetics are fine, obviously. I don't think anyone has a problem with cosmetics. It's game-changing items, which is why it's pay to win. If you pay money for an item that changes your gameplay, it's pay to win, by its definition. But I'm fine with that when it's a single-player only experience, PvE only experience. I don't really care, because it's just an individual playing the game how they want to play, and they should have the complete freedom to go crazy with it. You know, fucking dumping money out the ass onto the game if they choose. It's just when it's a multiplayer game and it gives you an advantage that it's a problem. The option to pay. And they blatantly say 800% improvement when you pay for it. So when you, get flashed, jump scared with their microtransactions, it'll straight up say, buying this for $1, $2, whatever it is an 800% buff. Fucking wild. And yeah, the value here is nuts. You have to buy it. Your life is incomplete without it. This is why your parents divorced, because you didn't buy our microtransactions.
But the worst, because that's probably what a lot of people are here for. This is...
Where is it?
Florida.
Oh, yeah, there. Look, it tells you plus 800%. Plus 570%. And it's only $1. How can you play the game without that? So it's just so predatory. It's like, well, it's only $1. I can justify that for an 800% boost. I'm gonna be going fucking Ultra Instinct in this bitch now. The grind is gonna be so much better. It's gonna be so much more fun. The next thing you know, you got limp dick in your hand and you're down $2,000 because you couldn't help yourself from all the microtransactions here. Because they scale. It starts at $1, but the more you engage in the micros, the more you're going to be spending, and then the more expensive the packs become. Are you sure that doesn't mean the value is 800% over the cost? I don't know. I haven't played the game. All I'm saying is 800% sounds scummy. Does it finish the quest without you doing anything? I don't know all the levels to it. It is microed out the fucking wazoo. Every speed up loot, you name it. There's so many micros. But I don't know if there's like auto quest completer or something. I'm sure there is. There's probably like a we'll play the game for you. Have I paid for any mobile games yet? Yes. So I've said this before. The most money I've ever spent on a game is a mobile game. It's Duel Links. So Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. I'm not sure how much I spent in Duel Links. It would probably be north of like $3,000 though. over the. You have to build decks, man, and I like to be competitive in my Yu-Gi-Oh! The only 2 games, three. Only 3. I went a little hog wild in Warframe 2, but not nearly to the level I did. Wouldn't have paid to win for the first 2 days just for fun, just to stop kids and send them to bed crying. You need to spend money to make a clan. I saw that post. So Diablo Immortal, like, obviously, you know, you're going to form your groups and everything. A lot of them are requiring that you are a pay-to-win player. So I saw the post where one of the recruiters or whatever, the recruitment board or whatever, specifies that you need to have the battle pass. What'd you pay for? What else was it? It was like 2 other pay-to-win components. And I can't remember what they were, but yeah, you are like literally required for these groups. Like if you want to get into them, pay. It doesn't look like they're letting in free-to-play players. Fun fact, no way. Fun fact, Diablo Immortal is made by the same developers as Cyber Hunter. I just don't believe you. They're co-developers. Cyber Hunter is still one of my favorite multiplayer experiences ever. It's on Steam, but there's cross-play with Bones, I believe. So you will play against actual kids taking a shit at school and trying to get in a Cyber Hunter game, and you just absolutely slap them. It feels amazing. It's like actually living out a god fantasy. I had so much fun with this game. I feel like I've only scratched the surface on how awful the microtransactions are in this game, because I'm not a player of the game. So I'm only seeing this as an outsider who's reading the articles and watching the videos. I would highly recommend you check out some of the video essays on it, going through just how pay-to-win it is and how bad it is. Though I have also seen counterclaims that you can still participate as free-to-play and do, you know, pretty much everything a pay-to-win player can do. You'll just do it slower. And then I've also seen some data on how long it would take to do some of the things pay-to-win players do as free-to-play, and it looks like it takes years. So if you're free-to-play and free-to-play only, it seems like some things that you have access to will still take you years to complete, whereas if you're pay-to-win, it'll take you minutes to do. So there's just a huge discrepancy between what you get when you're paying versus how you can achieve it as free-to-play, because they're trying very hard to incentivize people as much as possible to spend money in the game. And it's really aggressive from everything I've read. So I highly encourage you, if you're interested, look at more videos, look at more research from people who have actually been in the game. Like I said, Ziz has a great video on it if you want to see more from that. I'll put a link to it in the description. And this is just something that really surprised me, because I didn't think any company would just be this open with greed. And I think the plan from Blizzard is pretty simple. Go as crazy as possible with microtransactions on launch to get as many whales to invest in it as possible off rip. So you'll have a ton of people spending a ton of money over the course of the first 2 weeks or whatever, and then you make a big statement, a huge hoopla about, we're listening to our players. You guys are unsatisfied with our model for microtransactions, and we're doing something about it. We're putting the kibosh on it. Our foot's coming down. We're changing the microtransaction model, and then they're going to dial it back as this big heroic moment, we listened to you guys, we're making it better. Even though from the get-go they knew it was too much, but they also knew people wouldn't care and would spend a ton of money on it. So they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, where it's not a PR disaster, and it gives them good brownie points with gamers when they eventually come forward and say, all right, we listened and now we're scaling it back. And I do think they are going to scale it back at some point. But in its current state, I wouldn't recommend the game unless you are purely going to free-to-play. I highly encourage you, if you're really just having that itch to play Diablo Immortal, play it without spending any money. It is possible. The early game, in fact, from what I've understood, is fine, completely fine free-to-play. It's not until you get towards the end game where the pay-to-win elements really come into full effect. So if you have to play the game, please just don't spend money on it to support this kind of practice, because it's terrible. And if they see huge returns on it, it's really only going to get worse for more games in the future once they can see what they can get away with. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
Hello gamers, today's video is brought to you by our good friends over at Extra. Now ladies and gentlemen, what is the most important score? Is it your kill-death ratio? Is it your...
Diablo is one of the most beloved video game franchises of all time, and now
In this video, I'm going to show you a great game built on a terrible foundation. I'll show you how you can